Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, and once again, welcome to all. We have a packed house here tonight, which is always great. My name is Carl Persis. I'm the chair this year of the Volusia County School Board, and I welcome you, each and every one of you, and to those listening over the internet. Let me begin by introducing the wonderful people up here with me, beginning with Linda Cuthbert, who represents District 3. Next to Ms. Cuthbert is Ruben Colon, who represents District 5. Our board attorney, Ted Doran, sitting next to me, way down here on the other side, Connie Spire, our agency clerk. Next to Ms. Spire, Ms. Jamie Haynes from District 1. And next to Ms. Haynes, our vice chair of the school board this year is Ms. Ida Wright, representing District 2. Of course, our superintendent, Mr. James T. Russell. And once again, my name is Carl Persis, and I have the privilege and honor of serving as the chair. Items for approval on this agenda are items 1.03, 2.02, 5.01 through 5.04, 6.02, 7.01, 19.01, 19.02, 21.01 through 21.03, and 22.01. We will have a public participation time shortly for items requiring approval on this agenda and for items of general interest pertaining to public education in Volusia County. And then later on, we will also have public comment on the instructional materials adoption for mathematics. That would be for grades K through 12. Our vision statement is to ensure that all students receive a superior 21st century education, and I can assure you all of the 8,000 employees out there in Volusia County schools, they're working hard every day to reach that goal. We also, at this time, like to go around the dais here and just ask school board members if there's anything they would like to share about anything happening within their districts. So, Ms. Cuthbert, we usually start with you. We'll go around, so go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. I want to congratulate New Smyrna Beach Middle School that put on one-act plays that were absolutely fabulous. It was the assessment for all the classes in drama at New Smyrna Middle, and also at Spruce Creek High School. There was a drama musical put on 9 to 5 by Jill Cicerelli, who's the producer, along with Dr. Todd Spargers. Congratulations. As we enter our Arts Month for the month of March, it's always nice to celebrate all the talent, the creative talent we have in our schools. Thank you.
So true. Mr. Colon.
So this week, when I reflect on the vision statement, I want to reflect on the word all. I had the pleasure of having lunch with the Community Involvement Academy at Texas Roadhouse. These are our ESE students at Deltona Middle School who have their own academy, and was able to spend time with their families, and you know, those are the least of these or the most of these, and I love these kids, and that was such an honor to be their guest and for them to be my guest, because we had a great time. Another thing I wanted to say is that we had FFA week last week, and being a city boy from South Florida, I knew nothing about FFA until I met FFA at Deltona High in Pine Ridge, and it's amazing what these kids are doing, and I think that there's an opportunity there to expose kids who are city boys like me to that, because the character building that program builds is amazing. And that's it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Colon. All right, Ms. Haynes, would you like to share any good news?
I had the honor and privilege again this year of judging at the FFEA conference and with middle and high school students, and I have to tell you, I was so excited because we will be very fortunate and blessed if these young men and young women go on and pursue education and come back to teach in Volusia County. The excitement in the auditorium, as well as when they got up to give their essays and their lesson plans and the time that they had put into developing that and the excitement they had about possibly becoming a teacher was just wonderful, and I enjoyed every moment of it.
Yeah, that was so exciting. Miss Wright.
Thank you. I want to give a big shout out to both Atlantic High School and Mainland High School for their boys basketball team and their female basketball teams. I know Atlantic was beat by Auburndale, I'm sad to say, but they went to the playoff, and I believe Mainland is still in the playoffs, and they play Auburndale this week. Congratulations to all my elementary schools who had the African American read-in, got a chance to go down to my elementary schools this week and dress up in African attire. We had a really great time, so thank you, principals, for that. And last but not least, looking forward to Junior Honor Society. Get a chance to go to Campbell on Thursday because they will be honoring their Junior Honor Society this Thursday at 6 o'clock.
Oh. A lot of great things. Yeah, I had the opportunity to go judge some science fairs over at Pine Trail Elementary, and that's always interesting to see how smart those fourth and fifth graders are. Also, I was at Tomoka Elementary for PTA Founders Day. They did a great job over there. We have mentioned FFEA conference. Saturday, I also stopped by the Special Olympics activities at the LPGA Daytona Stadium, as well as Father Lopez. They had it covered, both areas. And just wanted to say thank you to all the many volunteers that helped with that and put that together. And National Junior Honor Society, tomorrow I'm going to be at Pathways, saying something there. So a lot of great things going on each and every day throughout our Volusia County School District. Our next item on the agenda is 1.03. It's approval of the minutes from the February 12th, 2019 work session and the February 12th, 2019 regular session. Our members of the board have received those minutes. Do I have any corrections to the minutes that you received? I do not see any, so the minutes will stand as printed. Agenda changes is our next item 2.01. And Mr. Superintendent, do we have any agenda changes?
We do not.
Okay, and next item is approval of the agenda, 2.02. Need a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I would like to make a motion that we approve the agenda for the meeting of February 26, 2019.
Thank you, Ms. Cuthbert. Second. Thank you, Ms. Wright. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, the motion carries unanimously. All right, we are now to item 3.01. This is beginning of 3 recognition items, I believe. So let's go ahead and get started. A recognition, Nathan Peterson and Dustin Hoskins, students at University High School. And do we have our presenter with us, John? Yes, John is coming. John Dupius, performing arts specialist, and Julian, come on up here. Mr. Julian Jones, the proud principal of University High School. And
this is David Martin,
hello.
Director at University High School.
Hello, David. Gentlemen, if you are going to speak, just introduce yourselves again and your title, so we'll have that for people listening through the internet. Thank you.
All right, good evening, everybody. My name is John Dupuis, and I am the Performing Arts Specialist for the district. And we are so delighted today to be able to recognize Nathan Peterson and Dustin Hoskins for making the National Youth Orchestra. And I'm going to let these gentlemen speak about it, but it is a huge honor, and when you hear about how great this program is, you'll believe so as well.
Thank you.
Chairman Persis, members of the board, Mr. Russell, I was not a band student. If there was a bucket, I could probably carry a tune in it, but you would not want me to pull it out. I will tell you that we are here tonight to recognize 2 students who have risen above what is already a collection of excellent musicians at University High School. Nathan Peterson, who plays the bass trombone, and Destin Hoskins, who plays the tuba, have both been selected as members of this year's National Youth Orchestra. Each summer, Carnegie Hall's Wheel Music Institute brings together the brightest young players from across the country to form the National Orchestra of the United States of America, a free program to all participants. And following a comprehensive audition process and a 3-week training residency with leading professional orchestra musicians, these remarkable teenagers embark on a tour to some of the great music capitals of the world while serving as dynamic music ambassadors. In 2019, the Youth Orchestra returns to Europe with conductor Sir Antonio Papineau, and the tour kicks off with concerts at Tanglewood and Carnegie Hall, followed by stops in Great Britain, the Netherlands, and Germany. These students participate in a music program that is recognized nationally and internationally. I just want to share a few of those recognitions with you. They were selected as performers at the Florida Music Educators Conference. They are one of 16 bands selected nationally as a finalist for the Essentially Ellington Jazz Band Competition at the Lincoln Center, selected as performers at the Midwest International Band and Orchestra Conference. The Midwest Conference only selects 4 high school jazz bands internationally to perform at this conference. One of 10 bands selected out of 500 applicants to perform at the Bands of America National Conference Festival in Indianapolis, Indiana. And we also have students who have been selected to perform in the National Association Music Educators All-National Concert Band and to perform in the National Association of Music Educators All-National Jazz Band. We are very, very proud of these 2 students for their accomplishments, and I hope you will join us in congratulating them on this honor. I'd also want to take a moment to recognize our band director, Mr. David Martin, who does a phenomenal job with these students. Great programs require great students and great leaders. And Mr. Martin has stepped up and really exposes our kids to the kinds of programs that get them the type of exposure they need for scholarships and things of that nature. So we're very proud of all of them.
I'm sure, and I can tell that you're proud. That's awesome. Mr. Martin, would you like to add anything?
Sure. Again, I'm Mr. Martin. I'm the director of bands at University High School. I wrote down some comments here and talk about some of the things that these 2 students have accomplished. First, we'll start with Destin Hoskins. During his tenure at University High School, he was also selected to be an all-state musician, 9th, 10th, and 11th grade in the concert bands. He's an amazingly versatile musician. He plays tuba, trombone, bass, piano, and even sometimes drum set with the University High School band. He can play anything that he puts his hand on, and extremely well in a very short period of time. Destin, once again, has been selected for every Volusia County Honor Band between 9th and 12th grade, and he was also a member of the National Association for Music Educators National Concert Band as well. And Nathan Peterson.
Before we begin with Nathan, Destin, will you want to stand up and let's give a nice round of applause for
And next we have Nathan Peterson. During his tenure at University High School, he was selected to the All-State Bands for the last 4 years. 9th and 10th grade, he was in the concert bands, as well as in 11th and 12th grade in the All-State Jazz Bands. He has had a chance to share his musical talents with some of the best students, musicians in the state, and leading professionals in the concert band, jazz band, and orchestras. Again, he is one of the students that's made all of Volusia County Honor Bands throughout his entire high school career. He was recently accepted to another national group, the Bands of America All-National Jazz Band, and he'll be playing in that during spring break. He's also been accepted at the University of South Florida, University of North Texas, receiving academic scholarships as well, and most likely receive a substantial music scholarship. As a teacher, you only hope to see your students achieve everything they want to. I believe in the future we will see Destin and Nathan and some of our prestigious national orchestras, and we will continue to hear their playing for a long time to come. So.
Thank you. Nathan, please stand and let's hear it for Nathan. Well, we are so proud of you both. John, did you need to say anything else?
No, they explained it very well.
Yes, they did. And if you all would just stay here till we're finished with all three of these recognition items, and we'll take photos, okay? So thank you again. We're very, very proud. Let's hear it for both of our AMP students. Our next item is item 3.02, and joining us to make this presentation, I see Miss Nancy Waite coming forward. Nancy, I'll just let you take it away.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Persis, members of the board, and Mr. Russell. I'm Nancy Waite.
Fancy meeting you.
We're here today to recognize our Volusia Family and Community Involvement Award winners at the elementary and secondary level. The purpose of the Family and Community Involvement Award is to promote and recognize school practices that increase family and community involvement. Entries are judged, as I said, at the elementary and secondary levels, and then those are submitted to the state where 10 regional winners are selected statewide. Hopefully we'll hear back by May if one of ours is a winner. A district selection committee reviewed the nominations and selected Blue Lake Elementary as the district winner for their family center, Mi Casa is Su Casa. And we have Dr. Liffendahl to talk more about how they improve parent involvement through their family center.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everybody.
Welcome.
Before we begin, just want to offer a shameless plug for any of you who have not made your dinner plans already. It is Spirit Night at Chick-fil-A in DeLand. All proceeds go to the Blue Lake PTA. Thank you for this recognition. We are very excited to be here today. What a difference a year makes. Under the wonderful leadership of Ms. Pollock, we have had the blessed opportunity with some grant money to start a family center. And it is finally an opportunity for parents to begin to access all of the wonderful opportunities that we have at Blue Lake. And really, when you think about parent centers, it's not just about the activities, but it begins and ends with relationship building. So a lot of what we do revolves around several different themes, and I will touch on a few of them, and I will have Ms. Pollock speak as well, because it was with her vision and countless hours and more energy even than I have that makes this possible. So we begin by just the name itself. Our slogan is Mi Casa es Su Casa, because we include everybody. It is all-inclusive to all people all the time. And parents make the opportunity to come whenever it is available to them. It is both Ms. Pollock, and we also have other people who are in the parent center as well. But throughout the year, open house, we do fundraisers. We're involved a lot with the DeLand community, fundraisers at Berryville's, Axby's, winter festivals, Kona Ice, Moe's, Spirit Nights, and right now we are in the midst of Black History Month. And we have an event upcoming. And Ms. Pollock, will you share a little bit about that?
Yes, sir. All right. Well, first of all, I want to thank this gentleman here. He has been a wonderful leader and advocate for his school. So therefore, without him, I wouldn't have been able to make this happen. His support through supporting our PTA, he got him a whole portable because they were already growing so fast that he provided them that portable to store all the materials so we can continue to grow throughout the year with all our volunteers that we're starting to get from those different events that everybody has wanted to be a part of. Also, we have had up to more than 800 visitors through the Family Center. So if you ever want to come visit us, please do. You'll be 800 plus, okay? But we've had a wonderful support group with our families right now. I don't even want to say much more. The people that are here represent what we have accomplished. I have a family, a large family, but with this Blue Lake, I have a whole nother family. If I may just take the minute to have them stand and just applaud them for being my support system.
Okay, let's do that. If you're with the Blue Lake family, just please stand so we can recognize you. Yeah.
And just real quick, it did begin with the vision that Miss Beautiful Lisa Sylvester and another team had to build a community to support our families. And that's why it is called Mi Casa, Su Casa, because you're always welcome. And yes, the festival coming up, please come out. It is on this Friday, and we have vendors, soul food coming up, and you're just going to enjoy being. We have a lot of our own students presenting different types of variety of, what is it called? Expressive
song, dance,
and that represents the culture, and it'll be beautiful. So please come out; it'll be fun.
Sounds wonderful, wonderful. Oh, I tell you what, and Dr. Litvindahl said Chick-fil-A's for everybody out
that's
there.
Right, that's right. Mr. Russell is proud to cover everyone's check for Chick-fil-A this evening. That's all we have tonight, but thank you again so much for all your support, and as always, go Dolphins!
Go Dolphins! We're very, very proud of you. Yes.
On behalf of the school board, I would like to present you with a certificate for being selected as the district winner for the Family and Community Involvement Awards.
Thank you so much.
Yay! And if you all would just stick around till we're finished with this, and we'll get that photo, okay? And now, next, career and technical education.
Not yet.
We have another one.
I have the secondary
So of course, Mr. Henson. Oh.
Academies of Atlantic Advisory Boards. And Mr. Stephen Henson is here joining me to talk about how the community is invited into their school to provide assistance to the 9 academies at Atlantic High.
Wow.
Awesome. Thank you.
Good evening.
Mr. Persis, Chairman, Mr. Persis, School Board, and Superintendent Russell, thank you for the opportunity. I thought brevity was really big at the school board meeting, so I thought it was 2 minutes. What happened to that? But anyway, I do appreciate the opportunity to be able to celebrate what's happening at Atlantic High School. I mean, we talk about the fact that we are the school of opportunity. I don't know who quite came up with that in 1994, but here, 2019, that's exactly what we are, the School of Opportunity with our 9 academies. And the things that we're doing, we'll continue to grow these programs. And it's really because of the opportunities that we have to work with our parents and our community partners. With that, each academy is expected to have a board. And with that, that's part of the requirements from CTE and different things like that. But what's super awesome about it is that it's continued to grow our programs. And I think that with the support and different things that's happening out there, the expert that's out there outside the classroom is really big for us. And that requirement is, it just fed right into this opportunity that we are here with Ms. Waite tonight. But I couldn't do it alone. I have my academy director here to kind of speak a little bit more about that because she's really the expert. I'm here to, I guess, be able to take a picture or two, but, but really, she's really the backbone to the academies and making that happen, and continue to allow us to be the school of opportunity by growing our academies. I mean, we're growing leaps and bounds. I mean, we're denying kids to the academies, which is hard to do when we're at capacity of such a really small school. We want to continue to be that small school because we get to know our kids. We get to really give them that opportunity to really get to know their parents, to kind of really know the teachers and everything that we have. And, we know a lot of kids by name, which is really big, but when you have such a hot commodity like our academies, it's really hard to kind of stay around 1,350. We could very easily be at 1,500, 1,600 kids with how successful our programs are. So without further ado.
Thank you.
If you would introduce yourself and
Absolutely.
Your title. Sure.
Stacy Bell, Atlantic High School Academy Facilitator. And I just want to say briefly that it's awesome to be recognized during CTE month, as a lot of our programs with our academies are CTE programs. And our 9 academies just have such great community support from places like the Marine Discovery Center and the Marine Science Center to mayors and cities, including Port Orange, fire departments, police departments, the Hard Rock Cafe. So we've had so many different communities come out to Atlanta Atlantic. They attend advisory board meetings twice a year, but they also just really support the different academy directors and the students. We have mentors helping to build a plane. We have all kinds of awesome things happening. So I really want to just verbally thank all of our advisory boards. Each of them contributes so much to the students at Atlantic High School and really keep our programs valuable and relevant to the different career field that they're a part of. So thank you for that opportunity to appreciate them through this award.
And we thank you. And Ms. Waite.
Yes, on behalf of the Volusia County School Board, I'd like to present the certificate to you for being selected as the Family and Community Involvement Award winner at the secondary level. Thank you. Congratulations.
Let's go. Congratulations, Atlantic High School. And now it's time for the Career and Technical Education teachers. And Ms. Rachel Rutledge, are you going to start? And
good evening, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Russell, school board members, and guests. During CTE month, our department worked to share the success of our students in career and technical education programs across Volusia County. Tonight, we'd like to take the opportunity to share the success of our teachers as well. Industry certifications play a large role in the opportunities available to students when they graduate and enter a career. And thanks to the teachers we are recognizing, these students are able to enter their careers ahead of the competition. The 25 teachers we're recognizing tonight successfully prepared 1,800 students for industry certifications during the 17-18 school year. As I work with teachers on the certification process throughout the school year, I'm able to see how much time and effort outside of the classroom they spend preparing students to be successful on industry certifications. The teachers we're recognizing tonight have gone above and beyond in preparing their students, and it shows. These teachers have students performing at a success rate well above the average. As we call your name, please come up to receive your certificate and remain up front until all names have been called. After all the teachers and schools have been recognized, we'll move out front to take pictures for individual schools with administrators. Unfortunately, there's several teachers that are unable to join us tonight because of activities on their campuses, so if there is a representative from their school administration, please feel free to come up and accept the award on their behalf. If there's no one here tonight, we will make sure to send them their certificates and recognize them later. So with the permission of the chair, I'd like to pass the floor to our CTE coordinator, Rachel Rutledge, to read the names of our teachers to be recognized tonight.
Thank you, Amy. Okay.
Thank you, Amy. And CTE teachers, if you'll go ahead and come up, I will call your names. Chairman Persis, members of the board, Mr. Russell, thank you for the opportunity to recognize our teachers. It's been an awesome CTE month. We've had a chance to celebrate our students and teachers throughout the month, and a wonderful team that we have in place here as well, so thank you again. Okay, from Atlantic High School, we have Richard Balrosen, who tested Adobe certifications. Campbell Middle School, Ann Neely, Microsoft and IC3 certifications. Creekside Middle School, Robert Heike, Microsoft Office Specialist. As I call your name, if you want to go ahead and come up here, that would be great. DeLand High School, we have Brett Brandner, Agriculture Specialist certifications. Vicki Perry, Adobe certifications. Peter Pollock, Autodesk certifications. Deltona High School, Samantha McElhaney, Adobe certifications. Brandy Meadows, National Health Career Association certifications. Deltona Middle School, Amy Bordas, Microsoft and IC3 certifications. Heritage Middle School, Jennifer Bennett, Microsoft and IC3 certifications. Ivy Hahn, Angela Morris, Microsoft and IC3 certifications. Mainland High School, Albert Kelleher, Autodesk. Libby Diamond, CIW. Cliff Scarborough, CIW. New Smyrna Beach Middle, Florida Thomas, Microsoft and IC3. Ormond Beach Middle, Maureen DeFeo, Microsoft and IC3. Dawn Dupree, IC3. Phyllis Tabor, IC3. Pine Ridge High School, Renee Lee, National Health Career Association. Seabreeze High School, Gwendolyn Coy, Adobe. Silver Sands Middle School, Guy Stevenson, Microsoft Office Specialist. University High School, Jackie Fico, Adobe. Brian Kells, Adobe. And David Manning, Adobe. As you see from this esteemed group up here, we have some CTE, Career and Technical Education teachers in the district to celebrate. They have been making an impact for our students throughout the district, preparing them with adult level certifications. Many of them we would have a very challenging time ourselves passing. So we are so proud of you and appreciate everything you are doing for our students. So if we could,
yes,
with your permission,
let's hear it for these wonderful teachers. Okay, so Rachel, Amy, are we going to go outside now and get a photo real quick? So we're going to take a recess for about 5 minutes. We're going to take the photo of this group, and then we'll be taking the photos of the two previous groups that were recognized. So just bear with us, audience. It'll take us about five minutes.
That's amazing. Those musician kids, right?
Saving a stand for the tissue.
I don't know, but I was following you.
Okay, we're going to bring this meeting back to order. And we have a sort of a surprise recognition that wasn't on the agenda. That's why it's a surprise. So I'll turn it over to the superintendent at this point to make this surprise announcement.
Well, we are going to honor someone that we know very well and for many years attended, I think for almost 20 years, attended school board meetings. And I would like to recognize Nancy Wade and give her her 20-year service pin.
Yay!
Mr. Chair, if I could.
Yes.
What Mrs. Wade has done since she's left us.
So, begin with Elizabeth Wallace.
Okay, I believe I'm supposed to state my name and address for the board. Is that the way it is?
If you just state your name, that's good
I'm
enough.
Elizabeth Wallace, and I live at 18 Sunshine Boulevard, DeLand. I've worked as a teacher at Volusia County Public Schools for almost 6 years now. I only got 3 minutes, so I'm just going to race through what I have. At about 9:20 on May 3rd, 2018, a fellow teacher asked me how I was doing, and I replied suicidal, setting in motion consequences I could have never imagined. At 1:55 that afternoon, my presence was requested in the office. I was met there by deputies who later Baker-acted me, handcuffed me, put me in a patrol car, and drove me to Stuart Marchman facility, where I was kept overnight and released the next morning. The experience was traumatizing. After this ordeal, I hesitantly decided to take my share of the blame for being so careless with my words. I forgave my employer, believing that they did what they did out of concern for me. I returned to work May 30th, determined to let bygones be bygones. However, a second incident this October, where I overheard an administrator speaking about Baker acting a child, set me on a path to gather all the facts surrounding my own Baker Act event. My school placed the first of several calls to professional standards at 9:37 in the morning, shortly after I spoke to my coworker. According to logs I received from the district, according to professional standards, these are the only records that this district has from that incident that day. But the logs alone are pretty damning, especially when you realize that I was left the entire school day in charge of 15 8-year-old students in my 3rd grade class. During the 911 call, my administrator claims twice that I go around saying everyone should have a gun and admits to not knowing if I have one currently in my possession in the classroom with the students. When asked for detailed information, my administrator can't give the dispatcher my room number or a description of my clothing. For the record, I've never gone around saying everyone should have a gun. I am constantly reminded that police Baker Act individuals, and this is true. However, the police have criteria for a credible threat of suicide, one of which is determination of access to a weapon. Radio traffic from that day the officers were called to my school clearly states that the suspect is a gun advocate not known if carrying. So they believe they had that information about me when they arrived at the school. I certainly can't accept that anyone would knowingly leave a supposedly suicidal gun advocate in charge of children on the campus of a public school. Nor can I fathom the policy allowing something like this to happen wasn't revisited when I brought it to the attention of those to whom we entrust to ensure the safety of our kids every day. Yet 8 months later, I'm still dealing with the abusive process that has held me under scrutiny while allowing my superiors freedom from the same oversight. Tonight, I asked the school board to investigate the need to change the policy of VCPS to ensure transparency for those Baker acted at our schools. We need a policy that holds our district accountable for collecting detailed records of events such as these, the same way we hold our teachers and other staff at occurs. I do not feel safe at my place of work. The career that I chose has been taken from me.
Ms. Walker, thank you. Our next speaker is Ms. Albert.
Mr. Persis, if we have the video, I can't see the timer, so can we leave the video off so I can see the timer?
Well, we'll leave it on until we get right down to the end, just like you did there. Can that work, like we did the last 15 seconds or so? Hello, Ms. Albert.
Hello, sir. Elizabeth Albert. Good evening, Mr. Chairman Persis, board members, Superintendent Russell, and members of the audience. Picture, if you will, a chair flying across the room from out of nowhere. Picture, if you can, a scene in which someone is repeatedly beaten with a metal vacuum cleaner pipe. Try to imagine being chased around the room by someone with a shard of glass. And finally, picture a scratch or a bite so severe that you are immediately released to seek medical attention. Board members, these are not scenes from a horror movie. These are just a few of the ongoing experiences that your support staff and teachers are enduring while trying to teach our students. And when the injury is not inflicted physically, I can tell you that the level of disrespect, defiance, profanity, and verbal assault that is being perpetrated against the adults in our school is just as horrific. The level of violence in our schools is increasing at an alarming rate. Support staff and teachers are not trained to respond to this new and very disturbing shift. Educational professionals are in schools to ensure that academics are achieved, not to endure violent attacks at the hands of their students. The American Psychological Association has described this violence against teachers and support staff as a silent national crisis, resulting in lost wages, loss of instructional time, retention issues, increased workers' compensation claims, and lower academic achievement. It is evident that our administrators are not prepared or perhaps equipped to keep our teachers and support staff safe. Our members are sharing that after an incident, the student is often right back in the classroom, sometimes just a few hours later. My question is why? We must do better. With the current shortage of individuals wanting to work in our schools, we must keep those that are here safe. We must stand up and find a solution that works. The current discipline process is broken. Which one of you want to make the phone call to the spouse of a teacher or paraprofessional to tell them that their loved one has been taken to the hospital in an ambulance? That recently happened. Did you know that? We are ready to work with you to find a solution. The time to act is now. Your teachers and support staff need you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Albert. And Heather Knuth. Good evening.
It's Knuth. Knuth, like a canoe with a TH on
Oh,
it.
canoe.
Good evening, board members and Superintendent Russell.
If you can pull that mic a little closer so we can all hear
My
you.
name is Heather Knuth. I live at 235 South Walker Drive, New Smyrna Beach. I'm a teacher here in Volusia County Schools at Palm Terrace Elementary. I recently wrote an email to the board members and Superintendent Russell on February 8th to share my frustration with ABM's custodial services. At that time, I asked that an app or some other easier reporting process to be put into place to report deficiencies. Today, I looked into the book that we currently report in, and there has not been anything logged in since February 14th. So you would think, if you were an outsider coming in, that there are no deficiencies. However, I went and asked the office staff if they've had any problems or if they've had to call for the day custodian to do anything, and they said they have to call for toilet paper and paper towels to be filled on a daily basis. And then I wanted to ask some classroom teachers how their services have been in their classrooms recently. I selected some classrooms in different areas of the school, and 70% of those asked were not receiving the daily contracted services defined under the APA2 standards, which are, these are supposed to be done on a daily basis in classrooms: emptying garbage and recycling, waste baskets and pencil sharpeners, spot cleaning desktops, cleaning and sanitizing counters and sinks, cleaning dry erase and chalkboards, dusting telephones, dust mopping composition floors, spot mopping composition floors with all-purpose cleaner, vacuuming carpet, spot cleaning carpet as needed, vacuuming walk-off mats, and securing any exterior doors and windows, and turning off lights before they're leaving their rooms. So that was kind of alarming to me that 70% of the teachers that I asked in different areas were not receiving those services daily. And it's not written in the book because people don't have time to go take care of that. So we need to do something to report those deficiencies in a more efficient manner. We are paying for those contracted services, and I think we should get them. I would also like to talk about the substitute teacher and paraprofessional shortage. A few months ago, a teacher suggested that maybe the district draw more people to substitute teaching without more pay or incentives. Trying to get a paraprofessional sub is even more challenging as the pay is much lower than that of a substitute. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Knuth. And now, I believe, Kelly, that was the last card you have? Okay, so we're moving on then from item 4.01 to item 5.01, and Mr. Superintendent, you have some resolutions?
We do. This is recognizing Read Across America. It'll be presented by Ms. Rachel Hazel and Ms. Elizabeth Albert.
Okay. Ah, the hats. The props are coming.
That's priceless.
Once an elementary teacher, always. Miss Albert.
Are you going to do the? I was just going to read. Yeah. Okay. Do you have the proclamation? Right. Good evening, Chairman Persis, board members, Superintendent Russell, and members of the audience. The National Education Association's Read Across America is an annual reading, motivation, and awareness program that calls for every child in every community to celebrate reading on March 2nd, the birthday of the beloved children's author, Dr. Seuss. The dynamic program began in 1998 and has become the largest celebration of reading this country has ever seen. Research shows that children who are motivated to read do better in school. Therefore, the purpose of Read Across America is to increase student achievement by providing a fun and engaging way for students to celebrate reading. This year, we will celebrate the 21st year of the NEA's Read Across America and Dr. Seuss's 115th birthday. So on Saturday, March 2nd, I encourage you and everyone who is listening to pick up a book and read to a child. To set an example, I would like to share an excerpt from one of my favorite Dr. Seuss books with you. So now, I shared this with you last year, but after reading through my complete collection of Dr. Seuss, in an attempt to find something new, I found that I was just drawn to the stout, wild-haired, tenacious orange activist who we fondly call the Lorax. So, as in most Dr. Seuss stories, there is often an underlying social and sometimes political message. I think that I am drawn to the Lorax because he becomes the voice for the voiceless. He identifies an injustice, in this case, the deforestation of the truffula trees, and some of you have your very own truffula tree, or at one time did, and the negative effect that deforestation is having on those who live in the environment, and he tries to stop it. The underlying message of the Lorax is to be socially responsible and to be mindful of the interconnectedness of things that live and exist together. The act of showing concern, compassion, and care for others is a very primary lesson that we are reminded of in this cautionary tale. However, in true Dr. Seuss style, there is always a silver lining and an opportunity to correct the error, which I will share with you now. The Lorax said nothing, just gave me a glance, just gave me a very sad, sad backward glance as he lifted himself by the seat of his pants. And I'll never forget the grim look on his face when he hoisted himself and took leave of this place through a hole in the smog without leaving a trace. And all that the Lorax left here in this mess was a small pile of rocks with one word, unless. Whatever that meant, well, I just couldn't guess. That was long, long ago, but each day since that day, I've sat here and worried away. Through the years, while my buildings had fallen apart, I've worried about it with all of my heart. But now, says the Onceler, now that you're here, the word of the Lorax seems perfectly clear. Unless someone like you cares a whole awful lot, nothing is going to get better. Let's say it together. It's not.
Okay. So we are very honored to present this resolution to recognize Read Across America. I know that many schools have different celebrations going on, and you've probably been invited to some of those different celebrations. So that is our presentation for Read Across America.
All right. Thank you very much. Mr. Superintendent?
The superintendent recommends approval of Resolution 2019-07, recognizing March 1st, 2019 as Read Across America Day.
All right, you've heard the recommendation from the superintendent. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you,
Second.
Mr. Cologne, and seconded by Ms. Wright. Any discussion? Any Lorax comments? Nope. All right, we're good. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, and the motion carries unanimously. Thank you both. Thank you both. Excellent, excellent presentation. All right, it's time for item 5.02, recognizing the month of March 2019 as Music in Our Schools. Mr. Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Dupuy, and Ms. Teresa Marks will be coming up to present this resolution.
Good evening, school board members. Superintendent Russell, my pleasure to bring to you Mr. John Dupuy. I'm going to have to stop calling you new pretty soon, John. I don't know. Our music and fine arts, our arts, performing arts. I'll get this right. Performing arts specialist. Thank you.
Welcome back.
All right. Well, good evening, everyone. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, board members, Mr. Russell. It is certainly my distinct pleasure to be here today to speak with you. Plato said in 360, I would teach children music, physics, and philosophy, but most importantly, music, for the patterns in music and all the arts are the keys to learning. I know that all of you are big supporters of our performing arts programs, and you know what incredible impact they have on student achievement. Our schools feature performances throughout the school year. Not one week goes by where one of our schools isn't doing a performance of some type. I hope you've had the opportunity this year to view performances by our marching bands, concert bands, and jazz bands, and our orchestras. Our theater plays and musicals, our dance competitions and recitals, elementary music performances and showcases, and solo and ensemble assessment for band and chorus. In addition, we've had the opportunity to present all-county showcase concerts for chorus, band, elementary music, and our awesome Volusia County Dance Performance Assessment. In March, we will feature our all-county orchestras on March 28th at DeLand High School, and our all-county jazz bands on March 29th at Spruce Creek High School. Coming up in March as well is our band music performance assessment, where all of our bands, our high school bands, will perform for a rating from 3 judges, and a rating of either superior, excellent, good, fair, or poor. And then our chorus will also, all of our choruses, middle school and high school, will perform at their music performance assessment as well. They used to call it festival, and it sounded so exciting. And then they started calling it music performance assessment when all the testing became so popular. So many teachers who taught since the late 90s still call it festival, even though it's been MPA for about 15 years now. In addition, just this year, our ensembles have participated in the London New Year's Day Parade. They've played at Carnegie Hall, and they've sung at Carnegie Hall. They will participate in the Savannah Jazz Festival. They've performed at the Florida Music Education Association Convention, and teachers have even presented at state conferences. Thank you so much for the opportunity to recognize March as Music in Our Schools Month. As human beings, music and arts are a part of our soul. It is a way in which students can express themselves in a positive way. Music is curricular, it's extracurricular, it's academic, it's therapeutic, and it's necessary. I handed, you have a handout there, and if you'll just look carefully at page 2 shows the SAT scores between students who have music and students who have not had music instruction. And you can see that there's a huge difference in SAT scores between those two. And I would just encourage you to read through the entire study. There's a couple different studies in this packet, but certainly shows undeniable proof that music and arts have an impact on children, and they have better test scores, better graduation rates, and several other things that are listed in the packet there. Music is a way for our students to bond with another, work as a team for a common goal, and learn the skills of performance and presentation, including performance anxiety, vulnerability, and confidence. I'll close with this quote by President Gerald Ford. Music education opens doors that help children pass from school into the world around them, a world of work, culture, intellectual activity, and human involvement. The future of our nation depends on providing our children with a complete education that includes music. Thank you very much.
Well said. Mr. Superintendent?
The superintendent recommends approval of Resolution 2019-08, recognizing the month of March 2019 as Music in Our Schools Month.
Thank you. You've heard the recommendation. Do I have a motion?
I motion.
Ms. Haynes, thank you. Second?
Second.
Second from Ms. Cuthbert. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, the motion carries unanimously. Well done, Mr. Dupuy. Are you going to stay here for the next one?
Yes, sir.
I had a feeling you were. All right, Mr. Superintendent.
Thank you. This is for recognizing the month of March 2019 as Theater in Our Schools Month.
Well, thank you so much for the opportunity to recognize the month of March as Theater in Our Schools Month. When we think of performing arts, we think of themselves to offer critique on their own performances and to accept criticism in a positive way. Theater has a unique way of connecting people from diverse backgrounds. Theater gives students a voice. Theater creates shared experiences, and theater brings us together. Theater students have participated at the district, state, and national level. They have a 5 times lower dropout rate. They are 4 times more likely to be recognized for academic achievement, 4 times more likely to participate in a math or science fair, and 3 times more likely to win an award for school attendance. In addition to our awesome students, we also have some of the finest performing arts teachers right here in our district. Our students don't take classes, they take teachers. Our teachers put in extra time that's not mandated, and often performing arts teachers have the last cars in the parking lot at the end of the day. Our teachers put in extra time for rehearsals and performances, provide for out-of-school concert and experiences, bring in guest artists, write letters of recommendation, and for many students are the most stable and present adult in their lives. According to the U.S. Department of Education, arts-rich schools benefit everyone. Research increasingly shows that arts education heightens engagement for all students and can increase motivation and persistence for those that are most at risk of failing or dropping out of school. Learning in the arts is also uniquely equips students with skills in creativity and divergent thinking, as well as problem solving and teamwork that they need to be college and career ready. It's through theater and the arts that we give students a voice that might not otherwise have one. Theaters where students can surround themselves in a creative and academic art form that is meaningful, relevant, and personal. Thank you for considering our resolution to proclaim the month of March as Theater in Our Schools Month. I'll close with this quote by William Bennett, former U.S. Secretary of Education under Ronald Reagan. "The arts are an essential element of education, just like reading, writing, and arithmetic. Music, dance, painting, and theater are all keys that unlock profound human understanding and accomplishment." Thank you very much.
Thank you once again, Mr. Superintendent.
The superintendent recommends approval of Resolution 2019-09, recognizing the month of March 2019 as Theater in Our Schools Month.
Thank you. You've heard the recommendation from the superintendent. Do I have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we have the month of March as Theater in Our Schools Month.
Thank you, Ms. Cuthbert.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Wright, for that second. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, and the motion carries unanimously. Mr. Superintendent, do you have another resolution?
Yes, we will be recognizing the month of March as Youth Art Month. And Mr. Bryce Hammond will join Ms. Marks.
Good evening. If you just introduce yourself and your title.
And before I address the board, Mr. Dupuy, I want to say thank you for being such a great colleague and doing what he's doing right now.
Handing out.
I kind of sprung it on him like 25 minutes ago. Chairman Persis, school board members, Superintendent Russell, March is an extremely busy month for our art teachers and students. I'm going to go over some assessments and exhibitions taking place in the month of March to support the Youth Art Month resolution. I'm going to start first with something that starts in the fall, and that is the Scholastic North Florida Region State and National Awards for Advanced High School Art Students. Currently, in the city of Jacksonville, we have 2 exhibitions going on that run through the month of March. The first one is the Gold Key and Silver Key Art Portfolio exhibition at the Cathedral Arts Project, which is downtown. We have 6 Volusia County students participating, and they're eligible for the national exhibition at Carnegie Hall. We don't know those results yet, but they will come soon. And then we also have the Gold Key exhibition at Jacksonville Public Library downtown. We have 31 of our Volusia County art students their work is hanging in that location. I saw the exhibition. It's absolutely beautiful. When I was on the stage shaking hands from all these different counties winners, almost every other student was from Volusia County, and I knew them from their teachers. Volusia County students won 167 of the state Scholastic Awards, ranking our county second of all North Florida counties, only 2 awards behind Duval County, who is more than twice our size. They have 21 high schools, and we have 10. We'll get them next year. The next exhibition that is going on currently for the month of March is the Advanced Placement Art Exhibition at Art House in Port Orange. It's a breathtaking exhibition. We had a workshop and a wonderful opening, and the students and their parents came. 9 of our high schools are represented, showing over 60 artworks, and that exhibition runs through March 15th. And your packet that I handed out, you do have a flat sheet that is an invitation to that. If you wanted to go see that, you'll know where that is. This Saturday, Youth Celebration of the Arts at Gemini Springs. On May 2nd, this Saturday, we have several elementary and middle school teachers showing their student art projects. I will be there in the morning if you want to come say hi. And then I'm going to run over to Volusia Select, which is our double adjudicated high school art exhibition, the best of the best, the hardest one to get into. It's at Atlantic Center for the Arts at Harris House in New Smyrna Beach. It opens this weekend. It's from 4 to 7. Awards are at 5:30. That's that little placard you have. You have a sample from all different schools there. If I'm missing one of your schools, let me know. I'll send you one of those. Otherwise, you can treat them as trading cards. Okay. The next thing. Okay, so that show has 80 artworks from 9 high schools and runs through March 24th. Then we have the middle school adjudicated art show at Art House in Port Orange, which opens March 28th. We have a big focus on middle school art this year, and I'm really proud of that show that's coming up, especially for the teachers. And finally, just making it into the month of March barely, the 47th annual Volusia Students Create exhibition, which opens March 31st at Gateway Art Center in DeBary. It's our biggest event of the year. All public schools K-12 are encouraged to participate. Last year, the show took place at the Museum of Arts and Sciences in Daytona Beach. 55 schools participated, representing the artwork of 145 art students, which over spring break, I framed almost all of them. It's very quiet up there when I can do it. The museum estimated over 600 guests coming to that opening that day. They had to move through in squads because there was not enough room for them. Monday, April 1st, the art specialist is taking the day off to sleep. And then I just want to leave you with this. The objective of all our teachers in Volusia County can be summed up in 3 priorities. Keep them safe, help them learn, make them love art. Thank you.
Wow, Mr. Hammond, that was excellent, excellent. So many things going on out there, and so many talented students. It's just amazing. Between the art and the music, I don't know, Mr. Superintendent, we'd like cleaning up. We got to get this stuff, Kelly, out there and let people know about all these awards that the students are receiving, and the district and the teachers. It's just incredible. Okay, Mr. Superintendent.
The superintendent recommends approval of Resolution 2019-10, recognizing the month of March 2019 as Youth Art Month.
Thank you. You've heard the recommendation. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Colon. And a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Haynes. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yes.
Yes, Ms. Cuthbert.
I just want to say thank you to you both for all the work you put in and support all of our students. And also, Mr. Dupuy, thank you for the what time to show up and what's going on. So that's been very, very helpful. That's how I found out about what was going on at New Smyrna Middle School. So thank you so much.
Mr. Colon.
And all those dates that you just gave out, the Gemini one, that's this weekend?
It's Saturday.
Goodness. So if we can get those dates, that would be awesome. Because
okay, I have it. I can email them right to you.
Please and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Colon. Anyone else? All right. We have a motion. We have a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, and the motion carries. And thank you again. Let's give our... Fantastic. We are now on item 6.01, removal of items from the consent agenda. Mr. Superintendent, do you have anything to remove from consent?
I do not.
Any board members have anything they'd like to remove from consent? I don't see any. So do I need a motion now, 6.02, approval of the consent agenda items.
So So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Wright, for the motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Haynes. I have a motion and a second. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, and the motion carries unanimously. Anybody like to make a comment about any of the agenda consent items we just passed? I don't see any. Okay, then we are moving on to item number 16.01, Superintendent's announcements.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Read Across America Day, as we've heard, is Friday, March 1st, 2019. Daylight Savings Time returns Sunday, March 10th, 2019. Set clocks ahead 1 hour. School Board.
It's already that time.
School Board workshop and work session will be Tuesday, March 12th, 2019 at 10 a.m. in this boardroom at the DeLand Administrative Complex. And the next regular school board meeting will be Tuesday, March 12th, 2019 at 3:30 in this boardroom. That concludes my announcements.
Thank you, Mr. Superintendent. And now we are moving on to item 17.01, Superintendent's presentations. And I see Ms. Ramirez approaching, and Stephanie and Heather, is it? Shameen, yeah, Ms. Shepherd there. And if you would just kindly state your name and your title.
Yes. Good evening, Chairman Persis and school board members and Mr. Superintendent Russell. I'm Cynthia Ramirez, and I'm the director of Futures Foundation. Tonight we have with us program coordinator Stephanie Parks and our Take Stock in Children's student services and mentor coordinator Shameen Shepherd. We also have with us our President-elect Jeff Brock in the audience.
Hello, Jeff.
He is here joining us as well. So thank you so much. It's an honor to serve the students, the teachers, and the staff through Futures Foundation. And we are just delighted to be here tonight to be able to share with you many of the programs that we do here in Volusia County Schools. For some of our newer board members, Futures has been around since 1985. Mr. Doran was one of our founding fathers, so thank you, Mr. Doran, for that. Other individuals were Mr. Hyatt Brown and Judy Monaco. She was actually our first director of Futures many, many years ago. So we have grown from a budget that started at $27,000 to more than $800,000 in support that we provide to the school district each and every year. One of the programs that we do is teacher mini grants. Many of you have witnessed the wonderful, creative, innovative projects that the teachers do with their monies that they receive from these mini grants. Through the last 34 years, we funded over $1.8 million in mini grants here in Volusia County Schools. This year, we funded over $111,000. A few years ago, we went to a paperless application process for our teachers, and it's called Find It, Fund It, Florida, and it has its own website. And if you go and visit that website, you'll see all the creative projects that teachers applied for this school year. And those are out there for viewing pleasure until the end of May. We will then close that down and reopen it at the beginning of June so that teachers can begin applying for next year's projects. So that's one thing that we encourage you to go out and check out all the neat projects that teachers are doing in their classrooms across Volusia County. I'm going to now hand it over to Stephanie to give you an update on
our next grant program that we facilitate is the School District Education Foundation Matching Grant, which allows us to funnel legislative funding, and then the schools match that from private funds. So this year we actually have 14 projects in 12 different schools across the county. Those 12 schools are primarily elementary schools, and we try to focus specifically on tutoring or literacy projects to kind of support the schools and to bring their school grades up. This year we received almost $83,000 in SDEF matching grant funds, which can make a huge difference in the classrooms today. In addition to that, I'm going to turn it over to Shameen to talk more about one of our student programs.
All right, I am going to talk about Take Stock in Children. I am the Student Services and Mentor Coordinator. And an overview of Take Stock in Children is we are a mentoring and scholarship program for low-income, at-risk high school students. In Volusia County, we are situated under Futures. However, Take Stock is a statewide program, so it is available in all 67 counties throughout the state. Right now, we are in our application phase of the program. We work to recruit students in the 8th grade. We work with guidance counselors at the middle schools as well as other organizations throughout the county to really try to find the students that are going to best be benefited, I guess, by our program. So like I said, we're in the application process now. Hopefully, we'll be selecting those students within the next month or so. One of the biggest benefits of the program is the scholarship that the students receive. When they graduate high school, they will be eligible, or they will have a 4-year college tuition scholarship. We currently have about 90 students going through the application process right now, and out of those 90 students, we're going to be able to select about 16 of those students. And part of the reason we are selecting only 16 is due to the funding aspect of it. We do have to have a scholarship purchase for each student that enters the program. Right now, scholarships are about $18,000 for a 4-year college tuition scholarship. However, through the Stanley Tate Project STARS program of the Florida Prepaid College Foundation, we're able to actually purchase those scholarships for about $8,800 for half. Project STARS matches all of our dollars 100%. Let's see here. So the other important aspect of our program is the mentoring piece of it. And so students begin the program with us the beginning of their freshman year. We do pair them with a mentor. They're meeting with that mentor weekly for 30 minutes, generally during the student's lunch. And thank you, Ms. Haynes, for your recommendation this week. I've reached out to them, so thank you. And just the influence of the mentor on a high school student, it's immense. There's a higher occurrence that they're going to be in extracurricular activities. They're going to be missing less school. They are going to be doing less drugs, taking less alcohol, and really making that on-time grade promotion and graduating high school.
In addition to Take Stock in Children, we also offer 2 other student programs. Our first student program is Tomorrow's Leaders. It's a sort of a competitive program where we select 40 students representing all 10 high schools in the area to be part of a leadership training program. In this program, they get to tour different organizations and industries across Volusia County to see what they're like. For an example, this Thursday is our last seminar of the school year for the 6-month leadership program. The students will tour Halifax Medical Center to see a little bit about healthcare, and then tour Halifax Urban Ministries Hope Place to learn about social services. So this program gives them a chance to experience some things in the industry that they might not get to experience otherwise. I want to send a thank you to Ms. Wright for sponsoring one of our lunches, and a thank you to Ms. Cuthbert for chaperoning one of our seminars this year as well. Our other student program is Turnaround. Turnaround is a chance for us to recognize those students who may not have been recognized otherwise. So we're looking for middle school and high school students who maybe had an increase in attendance or in citizenship or behavior. Not necessarily that they are getting 4.0s all of a sudden, but if they've made significant changes over the past year. Guidance counselors and principals recommend 1 student per grade level at each school, and that culminates in a celebration at Jackie Robinson Ballpark in May. And it's just a really fun experience for them because the students get their names etched onto a plaque at their schools to stay there. So they get that public recognition as well at their schools.
And one of our capstone programs that we partner with Kelly Schultz in the Community Information Department is our annual Teacher of the Year program. Thank you to each of you who came out and supported the 72 nominees back in January. We already have the date set for next year's event. As you all know, that's a big celebration, and we just love being able to honor the amazing teachers. And there's a lot of time and effort that goes into making that a very big celebration, and the awarding of Ian Jackson as our 2020 Teacher of the Year, that was fabulous. And then back to Stephanie for a few other recognition programs that we do.
In contrast, Teacher of the Year is more or less culminated for the year, but we have 3 recognition programs that are currently underway. We have Principal of the Year. The next one is the Superintendent Outstanding Achievement Awards, and then the next one is the First Year Teacher Awards. Specifically, we're receiving nominations for the Principal of the Year and the Superintendent Outstanding Achievement Awards, and then we'll surprise them at the end of the school year with a bus brigade, which we hope you can join us for to celebrate those winners. Our First Year Teacher Awards, we sponsor this event to recognize first-year teachers in the classroom, and so we're working on those nominations as well for our celebration in April.
All right. After 25 years, the License for Learning tag has been updated. It is now available at a tag office. So we encourage everyone to go out and support education with the license tag. Thank you, Mr. Persis. I believe you have the tag, and Ms. Cuthbert, did I hear you're getting it? Thank you. In Volusia County, the funds that are generated from this tag do come back to Futures. That's $20 from each tag, whether it's a new tag or a renewed tag. It comes back to us, and the money is used for some of our programs, the teacher mini grants, as well as Take Stock in Children.
And so, of course, all of these programs cost a few dollars to put on. So where do we get those dollars? Well, there's a whole variety of ways, and one of them is our Futures Caribbean Party, and that is fast approaching on Saturday, March 30th. We'll be honoring civic leaders Bob and Bobby Coleman. Bob is a past president of Futures. Bobby worked with Futures as an endowment individual. And so we're looking forward to honoring them on Saturday, March 30th. Would love to have all of you there. I know several of you have already purchased tickets. Mrs. Cuthbert, Mrs. Wright, thank you for your sponsorships, and we would welcome those. So Caribbean Party, it's a fun tropical casual evening, and hope that you can be there. Other ways that you can support Futures is to buy the License for Learning tag. You can sign up for payroll deduction. Thank you, Mrs. Wright and Mr. Persis, for your payroll deduction. Thank you. We also do planned gifts, so you can talk to your attorney or your accountant. You can become a mentor for a Take Stock in Children program. You can sponsor a scholarship. You can invite us if you belong to a service organization or another organization that you think would be interested in hearing about Futures. Please invite us, and we'd love to give them a similar presentation. But you can fund a teacher mini grant next year right down on our portal. So those are all some of the ways that you can support Futures, and we just greatly appreciate all that the school system does for us by providing us many in-kind services by the office space and printing and copying that we have there. So we see this as a wonderful partnership, and it's our pleasure to support you and the students and the staff and the teachers here in Volusia County Schools.
Thank you, Ms. Ramirez. I didn't realize it was 85. Was that what you said when it all started? So, and it's been just becoming bigger and better with each every year. It's so many programs, so many teachers, so many students that you've helped. It is just incredible. And going from, you're up to what, an $800,000 budget? Is that what you said?
Yes.
Come a long, long way. There isn't a better bang for the buck than people out there. If you want to donate to something to help all of our public schools here in Volusia County, certainly write a big fat check to Futures, and that would be nice. Mr. Superintendent, I'll let you make any comments you'd like to make about this worthy organization.
As an educational foundation, we could not do many of the things that we do annually with as groups as a whole, with the students as you saw, with recognitions, but also the reach that Futures has into the classrooms. They are just invaluable to our district, and all you have to do really is look on Twitter and just see how many of your grants are at work. Yes. I mean, it's just amazing what they do, and I just cannot imagine our district, without Futures.
Thank you.
And just to point out for those that I'm not sure you mentioned it, Cynthia, that we meet as a board once a month, and the people that are on that board, you may want to make a comment or two about who those people are.
Certainly. That's where our legacy is the business leaders in our community who serve on our board, and we have 31 board members presently representing many of the largest companies here in Volusia County. We also have some small business owners that have served on our board, and retirees. We have a retired teacher, Susie Lafise. Candace Langford has been serving on our board. And Tim Huth has just come onto our board. And as a direct support organization, all of our board members that our board proposes do come before you, just like they did at your last meeting, where you have the final approval for those board members that join us. But these are the business leaders in our community that are stepping up to help and support the programs that we provide in Volusia County Schools. And that's how it's been since 1985, since our inception.
Indeed, just fantastic. Any final comments from any? Yes, Ms. Cuthbert.
And I want to thank you for also helping a teacher leadership program.
Yes.
You invited Mr. Persis and I to one of your conferences last June, and we were able to get a teacher leadership program started. So thank you for that.
Yes, thank you. That's where there's so many grants, and that to try to keep this to the 15 minutes that we were reminded very cautiously that we have 15 minutes, so we tried to speed through it. But one example is this Saturday. This Saturday appears to be a very busy Saturday, but if you're out and about and you want to stop by the Leonia Environmental Center in Deltona between 8:30 and 11:30, we will be doing a pollinator garden grant professional development training. This is a Duke Energy funded project. We just recently received $30,000 from Duke Energy to kick off this project. So we will have 6 of the high schools and many elementary schools from the west side that are participating in that. And the teachers will be there learning all about their pollinator garden projects. So that's, and then we have Empowering STEM by Florida Power and Light, and their final capstone project is on this Thursday over at Spruce Creek for a multi-day over the last 3 or 4 months that Amy Monahan has been facilitating for us. So thank you.
Okay, we'll leave it at that. We thank you, thank each of you for your jobs and what you do with the Futures Foundation. And please give our thanks to all of the board members as well. We love Futures, and we're happy you're here. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on with our agenda is next item 18.01. We have Miss Dana Page Pender. You don't look like Dana Page. No, we have Sandy Hovis approaching. Good evening, Mr. Hovis.
Good evening. School board members, Superintendent Russell, I want to take just a few minutes during this time to highlight an important group of people in Volusia County Schools, our substitute teachers. We have over 1,300 substitute teachers in Volusia County Schools, and each month we have a class that brings new substitute teachers. Matter of fact, we just had one class last week which brought in over 90 new substitutes. Wow. We have a fill rate, which is the number of positions filled each day with our substitute teachers, at 95%. Of our more than 1,300 substitute teachers, 104 are retired Volusia County teachers, and approximately 30% of our substitutes hold teacher certification. In order to substitute with Volusia County Schools, one must complete a 3-day training. Day one includes many things. The bulk of the training includes ethics and classroom management. Day two is an internship out at our schools. And day three starts with the substitutes sharing their experience from the previous day, and a lot of coverage of ESC exceptionalities, as well as our SIMS system, which is our substitute system. In addition to that, every year we have an annual training for substitutes. Actually, it is coming up on March 15th. But during that time, we train on timely topics like active shooter training and social emotional training. So if anyone's looking to substitute in Volusia County, we encourage them to visit our website and apply online. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hovis. Questions for Mr. Hovis? Mr. Colon.
How frequently do we hold these substitute classes?
They're held monthly.
Monthly. And so you mentioned there were 90 in this one, and one of the things that I've heard from our principals is that they don't happen frequently enough. And so they may have a substitute who's ready to go, but they have to wait the entire month until the next offering is available. Have we considered increasing the frequency of those classes so that we can have these folks available for our schools?
I know we have discussed it. I don't think anything's been put in place as of yet, but yes, that has come up in discussion.
And the other thing that we heard recently was you said they have annual training, and so a lot of our substitutes, they were never trained in a Code Red drill. And so realizing it just came back to me saying that the training is coming now, which means that anything that we've implemented at the beginning of the year may not have been formally presented to them. So when they get to these classrooms, they were sort of in the dark of what to do. So have we looked at maybe moving up the date so that we can provide timely updates? Because if we're doing the annual training in March, we've missed the window.
Well, I believe that all the Code Reds and all those trainings are covered in the three-day training each month. You mentioned the Code Reds and the Code Blues, and those are all covered during our monthly training with the STAR.
But is that initial training? So they go through initial training and they never come back for any more training, correct? And so if I've been a substitute for 20 years and annual training is in March, I may not have known what to do in a Code Red. And I heard this from a substitute, and actually I can't remember who it was, but it seemed like someone who was in our district. So do we have regular, how do we keep our substitutes updated in what the best, latest, and greatest is? It's a question.
Well, we can certainly look at that. I know in the 3-day training it's covered, and then when they arrive at a school, there should be a folder that has that information in there for them as a reminder, and the annual training. We can certainly look at biannual or increasing that training.
Even if it's out of the box webinar,
that's what I was thinking.
That kind of thing, because again, I was actually with the Guardian when we did the walkthrough for the Code Red at one school, and I tell you what, those kids disappeared in like less than 50 seconds. And the one classroom that there was a challenge at was a substitute teacher. And so what was interesting is the kids disappeared, and we sort of peeked our head in, and me and the Guardian, we said, wait, is she even okay? Because she was just sitting there.
Yeah.
And it was, she was not aware. And again, I had heard it from other subs, so just something to consider, because if we're doing our annual training, I would imagine our annual training would be in August or July rather than March, because now anything that's newest and greatest, especially now that we have our mental health training as well, are they going to be doing that as well? Are they a part of that
Mr. Colon,
project?
why don't I let the superintendent jump in here?
Go ahead.
And now I think Ms. Dana Page Pender is coming forward to. Go ahead.
I do believe we can do some online training or webinars as well. We can offer that to our subs. With the mental wellness training, they do not receive the 6 hours that all the staff will receive. But
So, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but substitutes are playing such an essential role in our district right now. I think we would be opening ourselves to a gap if we don't include them in that training, at least the ones that we know, and we can set a, if we know who are the ones that serve our schools frequently, and those may possibly include it, and obviously the threshold would be something your team would have to look at. And so if somebody completes, I don't know, 150 hours, then they're considered that, and this offering is offered, because to not include them when they're playing such an essential role in our district is really going to be a problem. So
I would agree that where the struggle is that, remember, according to statute, the size of that class is 30 people. And right now we're trying to train our entire staff of 7,500, and so it's something that we can consider with the initial training. Start building it in that way to slowly build capacity. But that the mental wellness training is something we would have to investigate.
Ms. Pender, I see you here. Did you want to comment on any of the?
Well, I do want to circle back. Dana Page Pender, Human Resources. I do want to circle back around to the frequency of the training. And during the summer months, we have tried to make it more frequently. And it used to not be every month during the summer, and it used to be one day. We missed that day where they can visit schools. But we do have a plan in place for this summer. There's a lot that goes into it because we have to check the references, and they have to do the background screenings and all of that, but there is a plan this summer to increase the number of substitute trainings that we have so that people are ready to go at the start of the school year.
Thank you, Ms. Pender. Any other comments from any other folks? Ms. Cuthbert.
As what we experienced the last couple board meetings, our substitutes are our most vulnerable employees. I think there's no contract. They have no support from a union. They come in completely cold many times. A lot of times teachers may have plans or no plans whatsoever, and then they have to control all the students and meet all the needs of those students. So, and with not near the pay that they're expected, to hold. It's what we try. Did we give them a raise at all this last negotiations? Did they get a per hour raise?
They did not this past session.
Okay, so the last time they've been given a raise was our negotiation period beforehand, and they got a 25-cent raise. Right. Okay, I just wanted to make sure everybody knew that. We need the funding. We need discretionary funding in order to increase the pay of our substitutes. Do they have a supervisor that they can contact if they have trouble or if they have questions about what they're supposed to do, or if they have concerns when they go on campus? Is there someone that they are directed to speak to, that encompasses substituting professionals?
They can always reach back out to our office, or if they have concerns on campuses, they would reach out to the administrator. Every school has a substitute contact, and so that's usually who their go-to person is when there's issues on a particular campus. Okay, but they can't, when they go to the Human Resources Department, who do they contact? Her name is Michelle Salisbury. Michelle Salisbury. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. So I'm writing it down so I can refer that. And then, so do you get feedback at all? Do you receive feedback from the substitutes on how things are going, how the training is, what their experience is on the campuses? Because one campus may do a great job in keeping an eye on the substitutes and others may not. Do you advocate an administrator checking in on that substitute, make sure the substitute is having a successful time with students? I mean, do you hear where one schools don't support, the substitute disappears for a while and then all of a sudden is supposed to reappear at the end of the day? Does anybody check on them?
We get feedback during the training that they do when they go out for their one-day internship and they come back, and we do get the feedback that day. We do have people that check in and share information. I had someone who shared information with me a couple of weeks ago with just that, is someone checking in on us, things of that nature. So we do occasionally get feedback from, we don't have a set way for feedback, and that's something we can look into, but we do hear feedback from people from time to time.
Okay, is there any kind of penalty or notice when a teacher doesn't leave plans for a substitute? I mean, is there any kind of protocol?
From that would be a school-based.
Yeah, because I wasn't out much when I taught, but I always made sure I had plans there. But I have heard from quite a few substitutes that they go into a class and there are no plans. So a lot of times they create their own plans and they do their own thing in the classroom. But is that ever given back to administrators at the campus? Is there a policy?
I've always, that's happened, and I've always contacted the subcontact and the administrator just to tell them what the substitute had reported to me to make sure it doesn't happen again. Okay.
Okay, and the last thing is we discussed one time here at the board about long-time subs, and that when they get to a point with the 29th or 30th day when they would start to get benefits. And still, I have talked to 2 substitutes who were longtime subs, and they were told to either they were switched schools or they were switched assignments, and they didn't get those benefits.
And so I think I've heard that from a couple of people. I know Ms. Wright called me about it, and I know when there were budget issues, and I think I even talked to Superintendent Russell about that. I remember when there were budget issues, that was the rule that was in place, or that's what they were suggested. But to qualify, it's not benefits, it's 31 plus day pay. And that's, you have to be certified and able to teach in order to qualify for that. And there's no switch out. I mean, if you're in there as a long-term sub and you're helping fill in for someone who's on maternity leave or a leave of absence and you're certified and you're up for it, then we get an email from payroll that says this person has been in that same position for 31 plus days, and we build a 31 plus job record. Okay. So I know that was it for a couple of years, and we have not done that recently.
Okay, is it up to the school to notify you?
It is. No, that is true. Because if they don't have it in the system as filling in for a particular teacher, the system doesn't catch it as 31 plus days.
Okay, and so when we hear of schools not doing that, do you want us to contact you?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you very much, and contact Ms. Salisbury.
Thank you, Ms. Cuthbert. Ms. Haynes had her hand up first, then Ms. Wright. Okay.
Is the annual training required or mandatory?
No, it's not. They sign up for it, and we've had pretty good participation over the last couple of years.
So what's the largest group that you can handle on one single day?
We hold it at DeLand High School. And we won't get 1,300 people in any particular venue, and it's held on a teacher duty day, so it's usually first come, first serve, and I don't know the number off the top of my head.
If it's full, would you consider opening it up to more than one day? Because I'm on board with Mr. Colon that, if they have, if they went through the training even 6 years ago, things have changed since then, and we've not brought them up to date on new procedures or codes that we're doing. The other thing is, at one of our January meetings, I asked for some data about the substitutes that are sitting in as long-term, so we're not counting those as vacancies, and I've never yet received that data.
We actually had the deadline. We have to get that information from the schools. So we actually just had that deadline, and we're compiling it as we speak. We did not forget, I promise.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Haynes. Ms. Wright.
And so I want to follow up on both of those, because actually I just had a conversation today with the superintendent. So did I hear you right? In order to be considered as a long-term sub, they have to be certified? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
So if we have someone on maternity leave that is out for the rest of the semester, and we have a substitute teacher in that class, and they're there 31 plus days, because they're not certified in that area, they would not be considered a long-term. That's what I'm missing.
Not in that area. They just have to be certified, and that's what we would tell the schools, that we have a list of certified subs, And your goal, if you know someone's going to be out for that extended period of time, is to have someone who is certified fill in for that teacher.
Just to clarify, not necessarily certified in the field where the teacher is away. It's just a certified teacher.
Right. And so that becomes a little different, because I think some of the conversation about long-term subs, where we've asked them to, or some of the principals have sent them home for a day or switched their duties, may not have been certified. So what is the likelihood of someone who subs, say 29 days, and really probably could come back in 2 days and be put back in that same class, but they're not certified? Why would we do that?
Well, and that's what we were saying. That's not been something that we've pushed, because there's no reason for doing so. Because
that person could stay in there and they would remain at the same pay period.
Right.
Okay. So that actually answers a question for me. But then I want to follow up on something, and I hate, because I think that meeting I was absent. But when we talk about numbers, and I believe I've asked you this, is it a school board policy? Is it our policy? Or do we have a policy as it relates to positions being held for potential candidates who need to probably take an exam or something? Do we give them a time period? So if you were a teacher last year, you did not pass the test in June, do we give that person a semester to pass the exam before we post that position?
There is no school board policy.
Okay.
So there's no written time frame. It's and I think as I shared with you, I know that person probably did a good job in the classroom for the school, and they want to give them that one last shot. And there's 30 days in between the time that you get your results and the time that you can take the test again. And I think what happens is that by the time that next shot comes around, and some of those exams take 6 weeks to get scores in, then the schools kind of feel like this person is doing a good job and there's nobody out there, and they just kind of get caught in that there's not someone else who can fill the job, and so they keep the person who is in there who is doing the job for them because it's September or October, and they feel like that's the better person than what they may find if they advertise.
What is the likelihood, and you may or may not know this, but what is the likelihood of us advertising for a position and we still don't find a teacher? What is the likelihood of that happening?
We hire every day. I mean, we clear people for hire every day.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Wright. Ms. Haynes.
So since you were here, what I asked for was they're not vacancies because they have someone sitting in them, but they have someone sitting in them that is not even certified to teach. Okay. That's what I wanted to know. Or the positions that there's someone sitting there with a high school diploma that's been sitting there for 8 weeks or 12 weeks, and so we don't count that as a vacancy because we have a sub sitting.
And you said that's the information that would be forthcoming,
yes,
perhaps by the next workshop or March 12th. Is that foreseeable?
If I have it sooner than that, I will absolutely send it out.
Great. Okay. Thank you. Any other comments? Ms.
One more. We had public participation. Ms. Canoe from Palm Terrace was concerned about substitutes being injured on the job. Now, if we have a substitute not certified, goes in and is injured on the job, who pays for that substitute teacher's?
I'm looking at Deb because I know workers' comp falls under her department.
So okay, so is that a workers' comp thing?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. All right, thank you. And also, do we have any additional protection for those employees who are going, especially substitutes, who are going into a little more tenuous positions? Now, a long time ago, I subbed, and it was in an ESE room, and I was slugged in the face. And it wasn't easy to go back the next day. And I had a principal begging me to go back in because nobody else would go in. And it's very difficult for any human being to go in when it's so adversarial, especially for a substitute. Is there any additional training or any protection or any ways that a substitute can advocate for him or herself to be protected when they go into our ESE programs or our EBD programs?
Is there additional training? That, I think when you talk about cases like that, what you find is that the next jobs that the subs take are probably not in those classrooms or in some of our more difficult schools. That's what ends up happening. But that we do have ESE that does come to the 3-day training, and they present. And if there are subs that are working towards certification in their space, some of them even sign up for our professional development. So we don't have a subclass on like NCI training or things if that's what you're asking. But that's something that we can look into with ESE.
Well, as our student discipline is escalating, that might be, I think, something that we could use to protect our people. And we might be able to recruit more that way. So that's just a suggestion. So thank you.
Okay, I have 2 final comments here, Ms. Wright and Mr. Colon. Go ahead.
Okay, and I do just have a comment. I think what we're talking about may require some board action, and we really need to look at our policies. That's it.
Thank you, Ms. Wright. Mr. Colon.
And so with that being said, I said at the last meeting when we talked about substitutes, I said, you know, who they were to us 5 years ago is not who they are to us today. And I understand, you know, talking about certification and whether they're certified, but if you've got somebody who we know is going to be in that classroom for the next 100 days till the end of the school year, the thought that we would say, you are not worth what somebody else would be just doesn't fit my mind, because they are filling in the same exact void, whether it's competent or not, and we don't want to get into that. I think Ms. Hain made a good point on that the last time. The other thing that I caught on to is you mentioned that back in the day we had this policy of the 31 days and however that works. And so one of the things I've had a lot of conversations with superintendent is procedures. Do our principals have a procedure on how to handle? So maybe 5 years ago at 31 days we wanted you to be off for 2 or 3 days so that we didn't have to pay you. I can't imagine how that is legit, but we'd go on. That was before me. And because of budgetary needs, but that is no longer the case. So if I was a principal and I started at that time, I may be still practicing that way, which would be a violation of our policy should one exist, or our procedure. So do we have a procedure for these principals or anybody who is hiring these subs to let them know, okay, so if you have a substitute and this is the longevity period of that, this is what they are to do. Do we have procedures for a sub to know when this happens in my classroom, this is what I should do, this is who I should contact? Do we have anything like that, a manual, a guide, anything?
They do. They have, Mr. Hovis mentioned that there's a binder that all of the schools have, substitute binders that have all sorts of information about the school. They're given information when they come in for their substitute training. And of course in the annual training they have the additional information, but when Mrs. Wright called me and she asked me about it, I spoke to our sub-department and made sure that that message was not being delivered about the 28 days.
Right, so and I can tell I heard it from a teacher, don't remember what school it was, and she said the same thing. She was having a hard time passing the test. She knows she's going to be in that classroom for the rest of the year, and this was in December, and yes, she's still in that classroom. So the thought that we would not compensate her accordingly, and again, like you said, it may require board action because the role they're playing for us today is not the role they played 5 years ago. And so, you know, not to discredit anybody who is certified, but if you're going to be in our classroom and we know you're there, I mean, how is that not, you know, it's almost like we're creating a second class of teachers, or a third class or a fourth class in that matter. And so I think it is something we could look at.
Okay, so we thank you for that, Mr. Superintendent. You've heard the comments from, did you have a final comment?
I do.
Janie, go ahead, Ms. Haynes.
So it's still happening, the 28, 29, 30, 31 day, because I got contacted about it. And the person was very nice, and they said the SIMS person was very nice to them, but just said, this is our policy, and even though I don't agree with it, you need to go home or you need to teach something different tomorrow. And I did share that with the superintendent, and my understanding is that the person got to stay in that position. I think what needs to happen, and it needs to happen sooner than later, I think an email needs to go out to all SIMS contacts, everybody that's handling substitutes on campuses, and to all administrators and or the backup, the principal secretary, whoever, stating that that is no longer what we're following, that we are not telling people on day 28 or 29 or 30, don't come in tomorrow, or when you come in, you're not going to be with the class that you've been with, because I'm sorry, if that person's been with those kids for that period of time, and this was even a certified person, and they are providing that instruction, that's what our children deserve. They do not deserve to then have that person not be there for a day or two so that we won't pay them what, they've reached the point to earn. So I'd like to see, we can talk about policies and all that, but it's still happening on our campuses, and I think it requires some direct communication soon.
We can do that.
I think the superintendent heard you loud and clear on that one, and that would be an easy
It'll be out.
thing
It'll be
to do.
sent tomorrow morning.
We can do that. Thank you for the presentation. We opened up a lot of questions and good thought on this issue. So we thank you, Mr. Hovis and Ms. Pender, for your presentation, as always.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next item is 19.0. Are you here today? Yes. I was looking around to see if Mr. Pender was coming forward, imposing, you, being the imposter for. All right, Ms. Fisher, discipline regarding attendance.
All right, well, good evening, Chairman Persis, school board members, and Mr. Russell. We have two requests this evening concerning student discipline. For the first request, a recommendation is made that the superintendent request the board extend the suspension on students Alpha ID 1 RZQF, 1 TGSE, 1 TWFF, 1 PTOX, 1 QFQI, 1 QTOZ, 1 TUBW, 1 SYIQ, 1 SCRB, 1 TWYG, 1 RTNB, and 1 PMAO from school attendance through March 12, 2019 for the purpose of further study and evaluation.
The superintendent recommends the board extend the suspension of the aforementioned students from school attendance through March 12, 2019 for the purpose of further study and evaluation.
Thank you, Mr. Russell. You've heard the recommendation. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Wright. And a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Colon. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, and the motion carries unanimously. Ms. Fisher?
For the second request, a recommendation is made that the superintendent request the board extend the suspension on students Alpha and 1 UIBC from school-sponsored transportation through March 12, 2019 for the purpose of further study and evaluation.
The superintendent recommends the board extend the suspension of the aforementioned students from school-sponsored transportation through March 12, 2019 for the purpose of further study and evaluation.
Thank you, Mr. Russell. You've heard the recommendation. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Haynes. And a second. Thank you, Ms. Wright. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And those opposed, and the motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Fisher.
Mr. Chair.
And we're going to take about a 12-minute break, okay? Get back at 7:40. Hurry.
And you're going to fit right in.
Did you take your
picture? You're going to fit right in. That's awesome. Very cool.
We're going to be getting started here again in about 2 minutes, just 2 more minutes. You're ready to go. All right, let's get this meeting reconvened, and got a fun item coming up here. I can't wait. So let's get started and bring up Nancy Waite and company, Kelly Amy and Ryan Kerr with the Daytona Tortugas.
Thank you. We are so excited to be here tonight.
We are too.
And bring you something happy and fun and partnership programs. And with me is Kelly Amy, who is the Strategic Partnership Manager, and Ryan Kerr, who is the President of the Daytona Tortugas, and he's got some other folks here that he'll introduce to you as we move along in our presentation. As you know, we have had a long-standing partnership with the Daytona Cubs and now the Daytona Tortugas. And I think when I started in this volunteer position probably about 6 months ago, I think Ryan came to see me probably on my first day. And he had all kinds of ideas and things he wanted to do, and we've been meeting over those 6 months and kind of formulating what this partnership could look like. And what you're going to see tonight is really just the beginning. But we wanted to have something that was a little bit more formalized than what we had before. And it was just a little bit fractured, and meeting with other people. And now this will all come under Kelly Amy's shop, so that they'll have one point of contact and make it a little bit easier for us to develop this partnership. I am going to ask Ryan to talk about some of the programs that we've talked about and what we've been working hard on over the last couple of months.
You bet. So Chairman Persis, Mr. Russell, and board, thank you for allowing us to be here this afternoon or evening. But we're really excited about this partnership. And first off, just Nancy, thank you for all of your help to get this rolling. I think we've said it over and over in our organization, but as the only professional sports team here in Volusia County, we think it's our commitment to be more than just a baseball team. And we think education is that pillar for community success and really want to act as role models. And so I think you'll see in these programs how important it is for us to utilize our players and the platform that Jackie Robinson Ballpark provides to act as resources, not just for our students, but for the teachers in this community as well. So without further ado, kicking off our programs, we're really excited about our Summer Home Run Reading Challenge, which is combining the Superintendent's Reading Challenge and our reading program that we've had for the past couple of years. And a quick explanation of how it works is there's 90 feet to first base, 90 to second, 90 to third, and 90 to home. We ask kids to read 360 minutes over the course of the summer. So at each base, you get a different prize. So 90 minutes to first, 90 to second, 90 to third, and 90 to home. And the home run prize is a ticket out to a Tortugas game where we recognize them in front of a couple thousand fans, put their name up on the video board. And what's really exciting is getting our friends that I think a couple of you have already met with Sheldon and Shelley out to all of the schools and talking to the students about the importance of reading and how fun it can be and how important it is to read over the course of the summer. And so I think combining that program with baseball is a great thing to do. So we're really excited about that. That will be an elementary elementary and middle school program. And the goal for us is to read 1 million minutes. We always say it's Operation Million Minutes, and we want to get Volusia County students to read 1 million minutes over the course of this summer. So we'll be having Trevor Fay, who I'll be introducing, our community relations manager, out with Sheldon and Shelley to every single elementary school here in Volusia County in the next 3 months, setting up assemblies and talking to kids about the importance of reading over the course of the summer. The second is something that we're really excited about, and it's our high school ambassador program. And I think we all talk about pathways and how can we provide kids opportunities. And in the high schools here, we have 10 local high schools, and so we'll be similar to the Futures Foundation. Cynthia has been a great resource for the Leaders of Tomorrow, is getting 4 students from each of the local high schools that can be ambassadors for the Tortugas, but we can open them up to all the possibilities that surround professional sport. And everybody always thinks about the athletes that are on the field, but they don't think about all the behind the scenes and the turf management and the graphic design and the accounting and the marketing and the sales and all of the different things that go into running a professional sports organization, that we're really excited to expose those students to those opportunities and what exists here in our community and take those skills out elsewhere. The last one that we're really excited about is our Teacher Appreciation Night. And our Teacher Appreciation Night at the ballpark is to recognize our 72 Teachers of the Year in conjunction with the Futures Foundation Night at the ballpark, and to recognize those teachers for all of their unbelievable achievements that they've done and recognize them out in a really public space. So we're really excited about all of these. We have an education day planned where we bring out students and we put this full-on educational day experience and curriculum together for the students, and that's on April 23rd this year. And it's a great day to get out to the ballpark and change up from what we can do. So in total, I know we've talked a lot about what this means for the school board and for the district. And I think, in total, what we're looking at is probably about a $50,000 investment in our time, our resources, and our efforts to really instill all of these programs here. And we're really excited about what we can do here. And I think it hopefully goes to take this community to the next level. And like I said, as the Tortugas, as our brand, this was the first meeting that I had when I took this role down here 2+ years ago with our general manager, Jim Zworski. Was I walked into Mr. Russell's office and I said, what can we do? As a professional sports organization, we need to do more, and we need to be involved in our schools. And so we're happy to be able to get to this point now 2+ years later to show what we can do. And we're here for the schools. We want to be a resource for these schools to make a difference each and every day. So thank you very much for allowing us to be here, and we cannot be more excited about the programs that we're able to put together.
Well, we're excited too. Kelly, did you want to say anything?
Yes, this is such an amazing opportunity that we have, and I'm excited. I feel like I'm getting a handoff, if you will. That Nancy has done some of that work ahead of time and working together with Ryan and his team, and we're really excited about taking this partnership and seeing where it goes and continuing to build these relationships and maybe some additional things we hadn't even thought about yet as we move forward with this partnership. So you can't be around Ryan for very long without understanding that he is an incredibly excited, passionate person, and he's so really mission driven to get in and help students and provide opportunities. So we couldn't be happier to move forward with this partnership, and we're just excited that we're moving forward. So
talk to us a little bit about the partnership. I hear a lot about what they're going to do for us. What are we going to do for them?
Right. Well, there are certainly different elements that we'll be sharing information about game schedules and flyers, things like that, that will get out to our schools so that both our employees and our students are more aware of their events. So that kind of sharing on our platform, as well as getting that information out. And the majority of the partnership itself is really focused on how they're going to support our schools and our programs. We're very excited. To me, when you look at this partnership, I feel like Volusia County Schools is on the positive side of this. I don't feel like they're asking much of us, to be quite honest. It's a little like this. And to be quite honest, I'm real happy that that's the case, because to me that shows the passion that they're not necessarily coming into the partnership looking what they're going to get out of it. It's more directed at students and how can they make an impact. And that's the kind of partnership that we're really looking for. I'm excited with the addition of the student ambassadors and being able to showcase all those different career pathways to our students. I think that's really an enormous value, and we're very excited in working with Rachel Rutledge and CTE to start to move that work forward. The Education Day, too, is really exciting to me, too. You know, the tremendous history that we have in Jackie Robinson Ballpark, and really kind of capitalizing on that as well. So, you know, as partnerships develop and sort of roll out, you start to think of additional things that you can do, and I really feel in Ryan and the rest of his team, we have partners who are willing to continue to think outside the box and look for new ways to move this forward. So it's a very exciting opportunity.
It is. Mr. Superintendent, do you have comments on this?
I, too. I was waiting for the other foot to drop, as to what they wanted. And you notice the logo that they designed.
Yeah, I love the logo.
And they've asked for consideration on our web pages and school web pages. Of course, we'll provide that. I just think the future is very bright. I see in the future that they're going to develop a math night, maybe next year. We also want to discuss how they can help us with our chronic absenteeism. And I know quite a few schools have competitions between each other, and maybe Shelley or Sheldon can, for that month, whoever who had the best attendance, he or she can present the trophy. There's things like that that we can work on, and what I really liked about this is the possibilities that we can develop as we go along.
Mm-hmm. Yes, well, yes. Hang on one second. Let me just make sure, timing-wise here. You wanted to introduce some other people, you said?
Yeah, I'd be remiss not to mention a few of our folks that are here in attendance. So first off, I have Anderson Rathbun, who is spearheading our Education Day and has been really involved in this entire process. The second is our general manager, Jim Jaworski. Jim's been with the club for 10 years and has seen us really take some significant steps. The third is Trevor Fay, who will be running our reading program here. And then, most importantly, Sheldon and Shelley.
So it was Sheldon and Shelley.
Sheldon and Shelley. So yeah, we're about 2 weeks away from Valentine's Day, but love is still in the air here. So yeah, Sheldon has been our main mascot and our main man for the last couple of years. And this past year, we introduced Shelley through turtlesonly.com, and so Sheldon has found love, and who knows where they'll be able to take their love from years out. But we're really excited to have Sheldon and Shelley here as great role models for our community.
We are excited as well. Before I think we're going to take a group photo of this as well. I know we all have had our individual photos. Ms. Cuthbert, you had a question, though, before we break here. Did you have a photo?
Yes, I heard that you were doing a lot with elementary students and high school ambassadors. Will you be thinking of our middle school students at all?
We are, and that's one of the conversations that we've had is we're expanding that reading program this year. It has historically always been for our elementary. It will be elementary and middle school this year. And then we're having conversations of how do we enhance, maybe a program specifically for that middle school, group of students. So yeah, that's definitely something. And as Kelly touched on, there's so much growth and positivity in this community right now that I think it's really important for our partnership to constantly be growing as well and not just stay stale with, some of the same programs that we've been doing year over year. So I think you're going to see us in the next year, 2 years, rolling out new and exciting new programs within this partnership.
Okay. Thank you.
Absolutely.
So I have a question more on the technical side, and I won't be able to sleep at night if I don't ask this question. And I guess it's more for the superintendent, the chair, and the rest of the board. When we went to the intent, and in full disclosure, I work for Advent Health, and I am in favor of this. This is awesome. I will say that. However, we're talking about, we've got 63,000 students, 7,000 employees, and so for a consideration of $25,000 a year, mind you, we just got into a 5-year, $2 million deal, okay? we're calling this a partnership, which is alike to the other partnership, which is the only other one that we've entered. And so I asked for the consideration amount because it's not a part of the contract. So arguably, you know, and again, this is technicality on our side of this, you know, and I'd asked Mr. Doran if this, because I don't see the consistency here in what we called a partnership and what the intent was. Because arguably for $25,000 a year, any business can now come to us and say, I am going to do this. And by the way, I realize this is at least $50,000. And so, you know, any business can now come and for $50,000 for 2 years, we're going to give them access to 70,000 students as the largest employer and the largest marketing firm, if you want to call us that, or reach. And so I have a few concerns. Number one, that the consideration amount is not a part of the contract. And I think this is going to send a message unlike the first one and the consideration. And granted, I'm not saying every contract is going to be $2 million, but I mean, we're talking $25,000 a year, access to our students, access to our schools, access to marketing, access to all of this. And so I'm not sure how, if this falls under that intent, which we intended it to call it a partnership. And that's just my question, so I could sleep at night and know that we made a sound decision in accepting this and not creating something that it wasn't, because we have lots of great organizations that work with our schools, do this, do that. Arguably, a mentoring group can come and say, well, we want a partnership because we're going to mentor 1 million hours a year. And so we should be able to put our sign in every single school. So thank you.
All right. Let the superintendent respond since he had directed that. Or to Mr. Doran. I think you actually said it to Mr. Doran. I'm sorry.
Well, it's a policy consideration. It's not a legal consideration. Right. So I really don't have a comment on that.
Okay. Okay. So it's just a policy that we can vote up or down.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
right.
I mean, if you...
The strength of the agreement, whether
if you like the agreement, you'll vote yes. If you don't, you'll vote no. Mr. Superintendent, do you have any comments?
Yeah, I do believe that in this partnership that there are considerations that they did give us. For instance, with the summer reading program, with Shelley and Sheldon visiting, the schools, that's a $9,000 value. A high school ambassador program is a $4,500 value. The teacher appreciation night, if just 144 teachers show up, the cost of the tickets are $1,300. Additional marketing and incentivizing of prizes on the Tortugas part is roughly $18,000. It is not at the scale of Advent Health. I mean, that's a much more robust partnership that is in the schools every day. These are just specific events, specific times. It's much different than that partnership. And I see that as the difference.
Sure. And Ms. Wright.
And I was going to say the same thing, that maybe we should look at different levels because Advent Health actually has the naming rights for our program and academy. They don't have the naming rights for our academy. So it is totally different. And I would say if we were looking at, if business wanted to have naming rights for an academy, then we have pretty much, they've set the precedence for that. But if we have people that want to come and volunteer and do other activities or sponsor events, then maybe we should look at that structure. But what their target markets are totally different.
And I just want to add that that $50,000 is annual. It shouldn't be divided by the number of years.
Got it. So it sounds like each of these partnerships, as they come forward, they'll each be a little bit different, and they'll have to stand on their own merits, and this board will decide whether you want to get into that agreement or not. Sounds fair to me. So, all right. Now, right now, what is it that you expect from the board? We need to vote on anything, or was this coming?
I would like to make a recommendation.
Go ahead. All right.
The superintendent recommends approval of the Daytona Tortugas Partnership Agreement between the School Board of Volusia County and the Daytona Tortugas.
So moved.
Okay,
Second.
so you've heard a recommendation. It was, is it from you, Ms. Cuthbert? From Ms. Haynes. I'm sorry, I was in a fog there for a minute. All right, you've heard the motion, the second. Is there any further discussion? Seems
Yes.
like we discussed before we had the motion. Go ahead, Ms. Cuthbert.
I'm a firm believer in all of you, so thank you so very much. I think it's a great idea to involve athletics in our business partnerships. We've had the medical academies, but it's wonderful to have the diversity that we are able to bring to our students. So thank you so much for coming here tonight. I don't know how you're fed, but how are you rewarded for coming tonight? What
We heard Chick-fil-A, right? I think
Chick-fil-A.
earlier.
Or lettuce. I have some lettuce. But thank you so much. We appreciate you coming out tonight, and thank you to the general manager and all your staff. We truly appreciate your efforts to bring all this wonderful athleticism to our students. So that's great. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cuthbert. Any other comments, discussion? Okay, you all can relax. Love is still in the air here at Volusia County School Board.
Thank you.
Okay, you've heard the motion, the second. Any other discussion? I don't hear any. So all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. The motion carries unanimously. Yeah, so we're going to take a 2-minute recess so we can get a photo with Shelley and Sheldon.
Awesome, and we have some shirts with the logo for everybody here.
The new logo.
Awesome.
Very cool.
Have a large and medium. We got over here. Thank you. Thank you for that. And during the show, we're doing that. We're closing. Oh, all right. All right, Ruth. You ready? Okay, we are reconvening the meeting, and I don't see any cards filled out for public comment on the instructional materials. So is this Rachel?
Yes, and Christine Cyrier.
Christine Cyrier. Oh, there you are, right in front of me. I'm sorry. Welcome. And who was going to be starting here?
Good evening. I'll start. Good evening, Chairman Persis and school board members and Mr. Russell. We appreciate the opportunity to follow the Turtles. Rachel Hazel, Executive Director of Curriculum, and joining me is our Library, Media, and Instructional Materials Specialist, Christine Cyrier, and she is going to start us off. You want me to click for you?
Yes.
Okay. Maybe
this happened last time. No, not end. There we go. Somebody magics did it for us, I think. Good evening.
Good evening.
So we're here to talk about the instructional materials. Last time I was here at the workshop, we talked about our process. So we were already in the process for math adoption this year. And then right after our workshop, the state announced that they are suspending the math adoption, and they announced a new cycle. The new cycle was in the board docs. So there's no math this year. Next year will be World Languages and CTE. The following year will be ELA for K-12, and then the following year will be math for K-12. The K-5 Adoption Committee was already set to reconvene last Thursday, so we went ahead and met with them. And in that reconvening, we all had wonderful conversations, and the committee made a recommendation to purchase Pearson for the next 3 years to get us by during that till the next math adoption.
All right, so I am going to talk about an opportunity, what seemed like an announcement that did throw us a curveball. In fact, it was the day after we met and presented our process, we were thrown the curveball of, we're changing the adoption cycles from the state. And at first, that seemed like unwelcome news, but then when we sat down as a staff and looked at the opportunity, we looked at this opportunity as a gift to us because it gives us a chance to reset where we are with our budgets. The instructional materials budget is still in place because what it means is for our secondary schools, which we did adopt for during the last cycle, we will have to purchase the gap year materials so that we can continue access and we can continue to get those consumable materials. So that those gap year purchases are still in place, but what it means for moving forward, you can see in the next slides on these timelines. This timeline you probably know by heart because we presented it a couple of times. It's just the history of our standards, and it also shows this year we were to adopt math instructional materials for implementation next year and ELA instructional materials for implementation the following year. Those big red X's across there mean that that's what was moved back. So this year, when the governor announced that he was suspending math instructional materials, we came up with a different plan. And that plan is to purchase K-5 math materials for 3 years. We can now go to a year-to-year contract and are not tied into the 5-year textbook adoption calendar that we would typically be tied into. We can go from a year-to-year basis. We do recommend that we use the committee's recommendation for the materials that were purchased. And did we say what that?
Yes.
Okay. And we also would like to recommend for our elementary schools that we purchase K through 5 ELA materials as well. We plan to gather a committee to review the materials and make a recommendation by the end of April. That would allow, simply put, for our teachers and our students to have textbooks in their hands at the beginning of the year, and that would be our goal. We would continue, as I said, to purchase the gap year for math and gap year for ELA for the next 3 years. These contracts would be a year-to-year basis, and then as the standards change, we could update our materials. So next year would be our implementation year. We do recognize that implementing 2 sets of materials is a heavy lift, but it is absolutely what our teachers have been asking for. They've been asking for new materials for some time. So next year would be an implementation year for new ELA and for new math materials. The plan for materials rollout would be one of the reasons that we have the ambitious goal of making an ELA recommendation by April is so that we can get materials in the hands of our teachers as soon as possible. We would like to begin training, which we had already previously planned for math at Volusia Learns, which is in June. And we would like to be able to provide our teachers with the teacher's manuals at that time. We also have a plan for professional development to support implementation at the elementary level. We would recommend that professional development be all around the new materials and not add anything else to that plan. This is the new timeline that was set. So you can see that this year becomes a non-adoption year. Next year would be CTE and world languages. And then the following year, an implementation year for that. In 2021 would be our ELA materials adoption year with implementation the following year. So if we are purchasing year to year, that means we are 2 years out from a formal adoption for ELA and 3 years out for a formal adoption for math. Any questions?
All right, so here we go. Questions from the board.
Could you go back to that last slide?
Ms. Cuthbert, then Mr. Cologne. Then we'll get over here. Okay. Ms. Cuthbert, go ahead.
So these would be primarily textbooks with supplementary materials for our elementary teachers, K through 5, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I'm just making sure it's clear and everybody knows that. And there is no detriment to our budget, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so it's money that is not, we're not taking it from the general, so it's not impeding any of our budgetary plans.
No, that's a good question. So typically, in an adoption year, when you're adopting any kind of materials, whatever subject you're adopting, we would spend 105%, is that number right? 105% of our instructional materials budget, because when you adopt, you're purchasing a 5-year agreement. Mm-hmm. This being a non-adoption year, we can purchase from year to year, and so that allows us to cover both subjects.
So when we do go to the new adoption cycle, is Pearson, the textbook company for the math, are they expecting any special favors that they want, that 5-year contract?
Oh, so no, absolutely
there's
not.
No, we'll do it for you if you do this. Okay.
Absolutely not. We have that cycle, the process that we go through.
And we have they are willing to go with a 3-year contract for us. Now, in those textbooks, will there be FFA standards listed in there?
The current Florida standards?
Yes.
It is a Florida version, yes.
Okay, so it's still Florida version. And so we're thinking that the state really can't come up with a new educational standards list for at least a couple of years, so these textbooks will tide us over until the state comes up with their plan.
Right. The information we've been given, and please, anybody correct me if I'm wrong, the information that we have been given is that the expected rollout date, it seems that they will be starting with ELA, and that is in 2 years. Okay. So they have a deadline for beginning the specs and then for putting them out.
So when you're talking about ELA, is it I guess it's the reading portion?
Reading, writing, and language arts
for elementary teachers. Mm-hmm. Is there a way that we can have some kind of feedback after it's purchased and it's into the classroom to see how well it's working, if this is what the teachers want, if this is something that they're thrilled for? Because we always hear the other side that we don't have anything, wish we did. And it'd be nice to go, yes, this is exactly what we're looking for. It's helping our students. And it's also going to hopefully help our C schools too, to give our teachers a little more assistance in addressing our students' needs. So thank you very much for coming up with this idea. It is innovative, and we greatly appreciate, I think, taking our teachers, making sure they have materials, and our students have something concrete from which to learn. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cuthbert. Mr. Colon.
So I have a question for the benefit of the public. Where did we automatically get this money to buy textbooks?
Okay, it's not an automatically get kind of thing.
Where did it come from?
Each year we are given an instructional materials budget, and with that budget, the expectation is that you will adopt for a certain subject for 5 years. So whatever subject we're adopting for at that year is a tremendous cost to adopt for 5 years. This year being a non-adoption year, that leaves that budget. We still got the budget, the amount that we would typically get, because for most counties, that means that they have to purchase gap year materials. In other words, they have, because their adoption is not up, but their previous 5-year contract is up, they would have to purchase just year to year to get through. We did not adopt previously in the last cycle. So for elementary, we did for secondary. So for secondary, we're going to purchase those gap years. For elementary, it leaves that to purchase new materials.
So the money just became available as a result of the decision?
That's correct.
Okay. I have a concern, and I've expressed this already with the superintendent, and it's that now, and this is welcome news, I am ecstatic. I'm sure our teachers and everyone listening is jumping for joy. Cassidy's over there typing quick. But as a board, I think we really, we couldn't have told ourselves we would be in this position today, even 2 weeks ago. We had a meeting on Tuesday. We had a wonderful update. Wednesday came, and it was sort of, wow, okay? And so as we move forward with this implementation, I think, and the teachers on the board, please correct me if I'm wrong, a lot of these teachers have never taught with a textbook. And there's going to be a lot of training that's going to go into this. And so now we're talking about math, ELA, SIS, ERP, mental health, and changing the bus schedule. That's a lot. That is a lot. And so I mentioned this to the superintendent, and you all can ponder this. Do we look at a way to help that time? Are these teachers going to need more professional development to learn what to do with these things that they didn't need before or didn't have before? And so, I asked the question to the superintendent and Ms. Hazel and do we leave the time change alone? Again, a year ago, we couldn't have imagined, or months ago, we couldn't have imagined we would be in this position. And so, do we hold off till January? Do we add, professional development and change the times in January? Do we leave it alone? Do we give the teachers whatever the contractual time is for planning and professional development? And I don't know the answer to that. Ms. Albert probably, I probably know less about the contract than a lot of other folks do. I'm just concerned that this is going to be a lot in 1 year, and I don't even know with changing ELA and math that we're even going to know where we need these 30 minutes now, because we're changing so many things at the same time that we won't even know what was successful or not. So that's my only consideration. I think it's awesome. I think it's great. I think it's a welcome change. I just caution that it's a lot of change, and there's only one change in there that we actually can possibly, and again, I don't know the contractual aspects of it, that's not my forte, can actually have some influence in, and that's just my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Colon. Ms. Wright.
2 questions, and I asked you privately. I just want to make sure that when we make the statement that all teachers are welcoming this, that all teachers are really welcoming this. I'm going to put it like Carl said, everybody won't be happy. I understand that. But I want to make sure that the majority of the teachers that will be using this material is in agreement with you as it relates to the actual material, and this is what they want. If it is, I'm supporting. I just want to make sure that we don't get back here 3 weeks or 3 or 4 school board meetings and it is just an uproar.
Right. Well, that's a good point, and I appreciate you saying that and bringing that up. We are recommending for ELA, although it's an instructional materials purchase and not a formal adoption, we do want to follow the adoption process, which involves getting stakeholders to look at the materials, our teachers to look at the materials, and the vendors to give the presentation. She went the same process that we went through for math, we would follow for this ELA adoption. We may have some shorter timelines because we want to make sure that we get something so that we can order it in time to get it into the hands of the teachers. To speak to what the teachers have wanted, I personally have had many conversations with Mrs. Albert about what the teachers' feelings are. I think when we did the survey previously this year about how many schools are using the modules, I think the usage speaks for the reception of the modules. And it would be very disrespectful of me to say that the modules are not useful or that they're not valuable, because our own teachers wrote those modules and they put a lot of effort into them and they did a good job. But I think at this point what we have heard is that the usability is not there. Ms. Albert could probably speak to that much more eloquently than I could, but this is what we have heard that they want.
And my last question, I want to echo my concern, and I did ask the question, professional development, because that is another hot topic for our teachers in this district. And so I really hope we find some way, some fun, something, where a lot of this can take place this summer. Right. And I see Elizabeth shaking her head no, but finding a way to unpackage all of this material, because giving somebody this in August, who's teaching this August 1st, who's teaching this August 17th.
So I can give a little more detail about what we were thinking as far as the professional development rollout goes. We already had in plan a plan for math rollout, and that was to begin with those who want to this summer at Volusia Learns, and that is a voluntary basis, whether you go to that or not. We do have many teachers that go. And then during pre-planning, we had set time aside for math textbook adoption training as well, and had a plan in place for that. For ELA, we would have we would join with math and kind of do a 2-for-1. We also have our Desiree Rabinski, who is our ELA K-5 ELA specialist, is looking at taking her team and doing Wednesday webinars that would be voluntary, but those webinars would be focused on planning for the week ahead. So hosting a webinar where someone who is well-versed in the textbook and that curriculum would be able to plan with the teachers for the week ahead over a webinar. And those would be totally voluntary as well and would be recorded. But we know that more so than the training aspect, because you go through and you train on what's included in the materials, how they're laid out, get oriented to the materials, the planning is really where the work is.
So can you not do the webinars now? Why can't we not have those webinars up and ready by the time the textbooks arrive?
We can, as soon as we know what textbooks we're getting.
Oh, so I thought we knew the math.
We know math.
So why can't...
But the ELA department was the one that was looking at, because they would not have the time during pre-planning as well.
Fine. So, but even with mathematics, if we know the textbook, can we not go ahead and create the webinar so that they could be ready and up and running like ASAP?
I'm looking at the math. Our math department is right back here. Our K-5 math department is right back here.
So I'm looking at the math department too.
We haven't even talked about it, but we can absolutely talk about
this right. Did you have any further? No. Ms. Haynes.
Okay, so I'm happy to hear about this, but I still have one concern about the ELA piece. Because as we spoke yesterday afternoon, you're looking at March 8th as being the first day to
convene the committee.
To convene a committee to do this. How many times are you going to pull them together? I'm concerned about the short period of time. I have sat through many textbook adoptions, and if you're going to do it correctly, I just don't know how we're going to do it this quickly. So how many meetings are we looking at to select the materials?
So our process that we discussed at the workshop is that in the past we've done, the district office narrows it down so that they have a smaller selection that meets the needs. And then depending on how many, it could be 1 to 2 days presentations. Each publisher receives 45 minutes to present on a topic that we ask them to present on, and then 15 minutes of questions, and then the rest of the time the committee digs in. It's my understanding that we would have that same time for ELA as well. It needs to be dedicated.
And I also will reiterate, I am, with all the things that we're taking on to train them for next year, I am concerned. I am very concerned, and the fact that, you know, summer is voluntary, you know, Volusia Learns and all that, we can't force them, you know, to come. And if we're going to roll this out, I want to roll it out correctly, and I want to make sure that the support is in place for them. You know, the webinar piece with Language Arts or the ELA, that's a nice feature because, you know, I at least like the fact that, you know, if I can't get on there to watch it, then I could watch it at a later time or whatever. I think we've got to have something, though, similar for math, or, you know, as I've shared, we maybe need to reach out to retired teachers who have taught with textbooks, that have delivered professional learning in the past when we had textbooks, and bring them in to help be supports at these schools, because we have a large group of people that have never taught with a textbook, and there's a lot of pieces and parts. When you open up a textbook and you look at, there's your normal lesson, there's a reteaching component, there's an enrichment component, you know, there's all of these different components, and just handing them a textbook's not going to fix, you know, or they know what to do with it. And then the other thing was, and I know now we're already at the point that a decision's been made, but we had kind of asked about what were the other pieces and parts they were going to get. You know, because I went and looked at the textbook, but I was only able to see the student one, not the teacher, or what are the other pieces and parts. And so I know we didn't get to see them, and that's okay. But, you know, do teachers know what they're expecting to get, or have any idea what they will get?
Yes, so each school was sampled materials for each of the publishers, including the one the committee recommended. This particular one, Pearson came in a backpack, and I have verified everything that is in that backpack would be part of the purchase. And the committee agreed that that would be what they would want.
Okay, before we go around again, let me jump in for just a second. Will any professional development be provided by the vendors?
Absolutely, that is part of the agreement. Professional development is included.
Can you speak to that? When would that occur and how?
That's where I hand the baton off to the curriculum specialist, and they put that plan together.
So during Volusia Learns, and also the support would be there through pre-planning as well.
Okay. Do the principals know yet that what we're contemplating here?
No, and if they're listening, they do.
Okay, so the answer is they do not know.
Right.
And so then if the principals don't know, then I'm assuming most of the teachers don't know. that were considering ELA as well as math. They were all aware about the mathematics part. Right. And then they were put on hold like we were put on hold. So now we're rolling out that we're going to move forward and purchase the mathematics materials as recommended by the committee. However, what the new wrinkle is now is that we're also going to be adopting ELE, and you have a committee already picked out. I understand that you have names for people who
we have names. We are certainly open to more names, but we do have an ELA cadre that had a previously scheduled meeting that we would use, and those are teachers who typically meet and represent and take information back to their school about ELA, but we are certainly open to more names.
Okay, fair enough. The reason why I'm asking is I'm sensing hesitation here on the part of the board that if we're going to do something, let's do it right. And would it be possible before we make any leap here to go with ELA to get some feedback from principals and teachers and just ask them, do you want this? Do you feel like you can do it? Because the difference is at elementary school, you and I know that it's the same teacher that's going to teach the math and the reading. Now, if it was secondary, it's a different teacher, so it's not going to affect, you could do two at the same time, and it's not an extra burden on any one person. But at elementary, we ask them to teach everything, and so the success of a program is usually dependent upon how well trained they are to implement the program, how their depth of understanding, and all of the wonderful things that connect to that program. So I want this to be a success, and I understand that we have all heard, and I know you all are relatively new, but we have heard for years about modules. We need to do something else, and so I can understand that, but I just don't want to move too fast unless, if everybody wants it, then we can say, well, we just gave you what you wanted. But I don't want it to be, hey, this is too much, we can't do it, and the board's making us do it. That's what I'm sensing.
We certainly understand that, and of course we will serve at the pleasure of the board for that decision. I think our hesitation, and I'll speak for Christine on this, our only hesitation about not moving forward would be the ability to order the materials in time to put it in the hands of the teachers that would want them for the summer. And that would be our only hesitation, but we will certainly go as we're directed to do.
I get that. So let me go around again, because I think everybody put their hand up again. Yeah. And I think Mr. Cologne was actually first, and then Ms. Cuthbert.
So because some of these slides were not advertised and we did the public comment, I'm curious to hear what Ms. Albert has to say, because she's over there wiggling, and that's fair because it wasn't a part. And so I'll make a motion that we open it to public comment after we've gone around, because it was not advertised, and so it simply said math.
Actually, Mr. Cologne, we did have public comment on the agenda.
Right, but the slides only included math. They didn't include any language. All these slides were not a part of the information, and so now that we've presented new material.
I see your point. I see your point.
Now we give because I'm very curious to hear the aspect of our teachers and what they may
I will
have to
provide
say.
her that time. Not right now, but
That's
let's
fine.
go
Thank
around
you.
to the board. Yes, Ms. Cuthbert.
So you want to purchase both sets to make sure teachers have them in their hands before they go home for the summer?
Correct. We were prepared with math to go ahead with the purchase book with the board recommendation tonight, and that would allow plenty of time. But ELA, we would need to move fairly quick. We realize it's an ambitious timeline, but and we do want to do it right. So,
okay. And also, my other concern would be, I think teachers need to go home knowing what they're teaching.
Right.
And it's incumbent upon the principals to make the teaching assignments before they go home and not change them. And also I'm concerned about late hires. new teachers coming in. Now, as a teacher and always having to deal with textbook adoptions, and if I taught 2 grades, I'd have to adjust to 2 different textbooks, but they were both in my subject area, so it is different. But you know, the name of our profession is change. The middle name of education is always change. But a lot of these changes, in defense of change, a lot of these changes are what we desperately need. We need support. We need instructional support for them to use. Now, is it possible to do it? No, we have to keep it uniform, correct? Either they use it, they have to use it, or they don't use it, correct? I mean, or can they, for example, if a brand new teacher comes in and is given a brand new math and a brand new ELA and is so overwhelmed with what to do, can they have a little time to adjust? Or is that something they have to take over right away?
Honestly, I don't know if you're suggesting, like, do we keep modules and the textbooks, or?
Well, I'm saying sometimes teachers will put off textbook work for a couple of weeks, and it gives them a little free time. I mean, there's beginning assessments, baseline adjustments, getting student, teacher get to know you activities. Is there some kind of way that we can give the teachers a little additional time once school starts so they get used to their students, that the textbooks would be implemented?
So part of the process that we will have to do, and another reason we really wanted to move quickly so we could know, or at least identify what it is we're using, is whatever we adopt, we will still have to do our curriculum maps and do the pacing and planning for the year. So that work would need to be done this summer as well. Now, we would like to reach out to some of our colleagues in other counties and see where because there are counties that have adopted the materials that we would be looking at.
Now, can teachers then opt to work in groups? Like, you take care of the first couple of chapters, I'll take, and like in their PLCs, they break everything apart. So we can devise ways to give them planning time, especially in this year. Is there a way we can do that? Yeah, you know, so yeah.
You mean beyond what we've contractually negotiated?
Yes.
So school by school, that could look very different. From this seat, is there a way I can give them? I'm not aware of that. But school, I can tell you that when I was a principal, I would I used different budgets, my extended day budget, my substitute budget, to allow teachers a half day for planning per quarter. And I know of many principals that do that. Yeah. So it would just be making sure that we're very strategic in our communication with administrators and coming up with plans, and that would be a wonderful thing for our principals to discuss with each other, are the creative ways that we give our teachers time to plan.
Now, would they be able to share that information with, school to school? Sure. I mean, everybody together? Sure. Could we form like a committee, someone who's a little more interested in doing it and saying, hey, you can come to me and I'll explain it to you? Just a little more support for them, right. Additional support.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Cuthbert. Ms. Haynes, Ms. Wright, did you have anything further? If you don't, then for right now, Ms. Albert, would you want to?
I'm scribbling as fast as I can.
Okay, well, you can come up here if you'd like, and if you'd like to weigh in on our discussion about adopting the
okay, so
reading
Elizabeth
materials
Albert
as well.
Right. Thank you for allowing me to provide some input. So this is an extremely interesting opportunity that you've presented, very out of the box, which is always fun. So teachers have been asking for textbooks. We know that. We've not had them for a very, very long time, and I think that we have seen the effects. And I want to just say to the module writers, some of those folks are our members too, and we appreciate the dedication and the time investment that they've put into there. But we know we need books. My concern, though, which has already been discussed a little bit, is the fact that we have significant changes facing us in the 2019-2020 school year. And it's overwhelming. So I think that, you've talked about additional planning time. We know from so much research that's available that the way teachers affect the most increase in academic gains is having unmanaged planning time, the ability to dig deep and understand that content so that they can deliver it. Right. They need to be able to differentiate. And those skills require time. It takes time, as Ms. Haynes referenced, to go through a book and learn the nuances of that curriculum. It takes time to become familiar with the digital resources that will no doubtedly come with the math alone. So there's a lot of moving parts to this, right? So there is absolutely a need for planning time. Everything that we're looking at for our schools, from the elementary to the high school level, potentially is going to be in flux this next year. There is potentially coming a complete overhaul of everything that every child, every teacher, every support person, every parent, every community member knows about Volusia County schools. And that's huge, and we can't forget that. So you talk about the summertime, and the reason, Mrs. Wright, that I was shaking my head no is not because teachers won't want to learn, because that's innately what we want to do. But my goodness gracious, we got to give our folks an opportunity to rest and reboot. But we know that they're not going to do that because they're going to be at Volusia Learns learning the SIS and the ERP system. That's already what we've been talking to them about. So that's probably the trajectory that they're already thinking about. And so there will be folks that would want a teacher's manual and take it home and go through it and spend their time reading that instead of something else. But how much is too much? How much is enough? So as I like this, I'm very curious about this. I don't want to say no, but what I want to suggest to you is that if you are serious about doing this, you've got to take something else off. You've got to take something away. We can't do everything and do any of it very well. So, yes, I'm all in favor of this, but you got to take something else away. We all went to the PISA research when the fellow came, and we know that planning matters. Planning time matters. So, thank you for thinking out of the box, but we have to have some deep conversation.
Okay, thank you. So, board, what we can do is we can move forward with the math piece. We can do that tonight so that they can move forward and get the purchasing agreements, the professional development lined up and scheduled and do all those things. We can do that. That's obviously been advertised here, and we can move forward with that. And I suggest that's what we do now. And then, so why don't I just stop with that? And do you have a recommendation along that line, Mr. Superintendent?
I do.
Item 21.02.
Yes, sir. The superintendent recommends approval to adopt the specified instructional materials for math grades K through 5 for the school year 2019-20. Did I need to say K through 12? No, we're not.
It's not a formal adoption. It was already on the board docs as an adoption. It's more of a K-5 purchase for math.
Okay, and those materials are with Pearson, is that?
That was the committee's recommendation.
And so that is included in your recommendation?
It is, yes.
Okay. All right, you've heard the recommendation from the superintendent for the adoption, for the purchase of the mathematics materials. Do I have a motion?
I move that we adopt our mathematics support materials.
Thank you, Ms. Cuthbert.
Instructional materials.
And Ms. Wright, as a second, any further discussion about the math materials? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed from Pearson Company has been approved by the board unanimously. Okay? Now, we are left with this situation, let's just say, with what to do with ELA and how to proceed from this point. And I heard them say that they would like us to make a decision as soon as possible, and so that they can get everything lined up and the purchases and the training and so forth. Is that what I'm hearing?
We would just like to begin the process of reviewing the materials. We don't need the
okay, well, I don't think
I'm searching for.
You need
We're not asking for the purchase at this time,
Right.
because we haven't reviewed the materials, but it would be to our advantage to begin at least reviewing materials, and if we change course, we can then we change course.
Yeah, I don't think there's anyone here that wants to stop that, since you already seem to have picked out people and have a committee and you're ready to go with that. What I believe we want, and board members, you can correct me here though, is we just want some assurance here that this isn't going to be, this is what principals at elementary schools want, and this is what the teachers want. You know, we need to know, and we need to know from more than just 3 or 4. You know, we need to let everyone know that the board is considering, in addition to the mathematics, considering ELA, and they would both be rolled out at the same time, and you know, can you do it? Is this too much? Yes,
We
or
have
not?
2 ideas.
Yes, go ahead, go.
That just came to us while we were here. One would be we could, of course, bring this back at the 28th workshop, which we would do, and then the other idea is if we really are, if we want to know what the teachers' feelings are, one of the things that we could offer when we vote, and even honestly within the review, I don't know that it would be there would be anything wrong with the review. We could offer the review of the current modules and offer them as one of the voting options as well. So if teachers feel like I'm not ready for both, and that's the message that they send, then that would be their vote. It's just an idea.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I'm real concerned about the mathematics piece because our scores have been low in elementary schools and mathematics. We're actually lower in mathematics than we are in ELA. So I'm really concerned that we get this right and get it out there first and do whatever we got to do, because we are really behind where we need to be. So I'm glad that we're moving forward with the math. I'm happy with that. I don't want to stop comments. So let's go around again, and I think you had your hand up, and then you, Mr. Clone. So Ms. Haynes, you go ahead and go first.
Okay, so in thinking outside the box, because that's kind of what we're doing right now, and thinking about the fact that they need true time, especially if we're going to put 2 sets of textbook materials, and I'm really thinking outside the box on this one. Let's give them back the time that Wednesday was designed for. The early release Wednesdays were designed originally for teachers to have time for planning. And I know that we have taken some of those and designed trainings where they then have to travel to trainings or things like that. Could we put those aside? I'm thinking outside the box. Could we put those aside for this next year, specifically for elementary? And say, we're going to give them that time on Wednesdays to have to plan. Now, I think we need some supports there for them, that if they, because if I'm thinking last year there was a school with a 3rd grade team that every teacher on that 3rd grade team was brand new. So there's not even any experience on that team. so they could all sit down with their textbooks, but there's not, and the bottom line is every day when a teacher walks into a classroom, whether it's the beginning of the year or the middle of the year, whatever point, they have to hit the ground running. But could we give them back their I'm thinking outside the box. Could we give them back their Wednesdays where the Wednesdays are not dictated? Because what's happening is if we're giving them 2 new sets of textbooks, let's give them that time. And this day could already be planned. What about the day in September that's the whole day? Can that be for that purpose? And if that's a little bit more designed, because maybe they haven't had a chance to figure it out yet, but could we just give them back the time? But when I say give them back the time, I mean that they actually are using the time also, not using it.
Do you want to respond to that?
Yes, I just want to give just a couple of points of clarification. We serve as we're directed. We will do. The only so I think a lot like you, Ms. Haynes, in the pros and cons section. The only thing I can think of in that case, the full day in September the following year was designed to be a school-based. The schools were designing those. So if that is our focus, then I don't know how problematic that would be, other than I don't know that schools have started to design that yet, I guess is what I'm saying. The other 8 days were intended to be 2 were going to be district trainings designed as we traditionally have. 1 was going to be used for the many videos that teachers have to use or view each year, and then the other 5 were school-based for the schools to design. So again, that is what we are giving up for that, and the only other thing we would be giving up is the opportunity for our teachers to have the professional development points that they need to recertify embedded within their workday. I know that many go well beyond that. I looked at my own points recently because my certification needs to, and we go well beyond that, but that is how we provide our teachers with the opportunity to get those minimum requirements.
Go ahead. Ms. Haynes.
So let's think for a minute, though. You talked about the Wednesday webinars, all right, which, of course, they're not a mandatory piece, but it would be unpacking and planning for the following week for language arts. So here's my thought, because I had the privilege of working with a team where we created some Canvas courses and some webinars, and we were able to attach points to those so my thought is they could earn their points that way if they chose, and lots of times teachers, and they could still do it on their Wednesday, because it's their choice, it's their time. And so, that's just a thought, because I know when it's time to recertify, I always had more than enough points to recertify, but there are those people that unfortunately wait down to the last year, and then they're scrambling. But if we're going to do those webinars, to me, that's a learning piece. Like, you're learning how to plan for your lesson for the next week, and why couldn't we attach points to that? Because you can track, if they've been in, and, whatever piece that, there can be a simple piece or tracking points there that, and I'm thinking outside the box, okay? I'm just trying to throw out suggestions because I think it's a lot.
Thank you. Mr. Colon, then Ms. Cuthbert.
And since Jamie's thinking outside of the box, again, I'm going to go back to what I said before. We have contractually, and again, Ms. Albert could probably speak to this, we've got 15 minutes right now contractually. And so if we gave the teacher that time to use for planning, that's what, 75 minutes a week just to learn this. And so even if we did nothing to the Bell schedule until January, let's just throw that out there, we do it in January, we've got 3 months of time that we can give the teachers to dive into all of these changes. Because remember, it's the SIS, the ERP, the mental health, the math, and the ELA. That's a lot. And not to mention the craziness. I mean, and I said this to them when we met. I need these folks worried about this. not worried about buses, not worried about schedules. I need you all diving into this, because messing with schedule, messing with all of that, which is what you've gratefully taken on, that's not where you need to be right now, I believe, with all due respect, Mr. Superintendent. And so when we add the distraction of changing the times, which, you know, I think teachers, parents, everybody's been very outspoken in the change on, like I said before, and maybe you may say, Ruben, you know nothing about education. We don't even know where we're going to need these 15 minutes, other than we need more time, because we're changing the basis of math and reading. And so if that's an option, what would it look like? What would it look like if our teachers spend that extra 75 minutes or 60 minutes, whatever it works out to, I'm not sure how that works out for Wednesdays, dedicated to just having that planning time to adjust to these changes? Just thinking out the box.
Can I respond to
Please.
that? Okay, so all of that is still to be determined, because that committee work is not done. That's part of the reason why we asked for the extension the last time, was to look at the contractual time as well, because we're talking about two different things here. We're talking about the student day, where we're at the elementary level moving from 6 hours, 10 minutes a day to 6, I see you rolling your eyes, 6 hours, 40 minutes, right? So we're talking about the student seat time, if you will. 6:10 to 6:40, right? But then when you talk about the teacher contractual day, which adds that 50 minutes, what you have to remember is outside of the student day, part of that time is taken up with supervision. So that 15 minutes that you might think is just free and clear, 15 minutes, that's not really the case. There's rotational supervision that occurs at the elementary level, and teachers participate in that on a scheduled basis. So that usually wipes out morning time for at least a portion of the population. And then in the afternoon, you know, teachers have, because they're kids, they're little kids, they walk the kids to, or the children rather, to a dismissal place, parent pickup, bus loop, what have you. And then oftentimes there are afternoon rotational supervisory duties that are assigned. So that time isn't always free and clear and as easy to manage as you might think that it is.
Let me jump in here. I think before we get off on the tangent on the schedule and how to use the time, we're going to talk about that in our meeting in March, and the first meeting in March.
And then we also
and the workshop, so we can get into that a little bit more. I think right now the salient question right here, if you will, is how do we go forward, or do we go forward with ELA? And so if you all could give us the thinking from the principals and the teachers, so that when we come back in March, we'll have that information. If you can do that, can you do that in the 2-week time period to let us know? Because
we can certainly get feedback.
Yeah. And like I said, we don't want just a sample of, you know, we want it out there and let them know that we have made a decision to move forward with mathematics. That's coming. And now, do you want to do this? Because we have heard, the three of us here have heard, no, we want textbooks. We need reading textbooks. We have heard it, but I just want to make sure that they still want it, knowing where we're going to be.
Should we not go ahead and meet with the cadre to review materials on the 8th?
Oh no, I think
you want a motion for that? I mean,
to make sure, right? Okay.
No. Stay that, because if the answer is yes, we want it. We don't want to lose time. And you have to reconvene that committee.
Stay the course, but you want that
Stay the course until we get something that tells us maybe we need a pause. So.
Do we need a motion to have them proceed as planned again?
I don't think we need a motion, but thank you for offering it, Mr. Colon. I think we're ready to go, and they know what they're going to do. And just carry on. So mathematics people back there, thank you. We didn't change anything. Everything.
To move forward with. Are you finna bring up something new?
Are you gonna? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I I didn't see your hand.
Yes, I thought you were going to.
Okay.
Some.
Ms.
I
Cuthbert.
was asking about immediate support, and I think that the textbooks are immediate support. We also have to remember all the time teachers put into looking up resources and printing and getting already there presented to them. What Mrs. Haynes said about using the Wednesday time is an excellent idea, but also principals need to, if they can put it in an email, they don't need a faculty meeting. Put it in an email if that's important. I think what Mrs. Albert's looking at as an instructor, I want discussion time. I want to sit there and look at my colleague and say, what do you think? And it's only through that collegial discussion can really good ideas spring, which is why I've always been a proponent of talking. And I think that's what we're all looking for. We have to provide time for them to discuss and talk and say, did this work for you? Didn't it work for you? What is the teachers? And it's always a risk. And that's what you're asking, and it is a risk, and I think we all realize that. But the only way you move forward is through risk. And we have to really rely on the professionalism, which we know they all have. And there has to be some edict to principals to allow that time to be given to their professional staff. Because some principals will say, no, I'm going to have a meeting, and not do anything and starve those teachers for their planning time. And other principals will say, I know you can do the work, go and do it. So we have to make sure all principals are in unison to allow teachers that face-to-face discussion time for all that planning. So that was my added, so thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Thank you.
And we'll leave you with having the last word on that. All right, we're moving on to our next item, and that is item 21.03, authorization to advertise amendments. Okay, policy 801. Mr. Superintendent, you have a recommendation, or we're going to have a presentation? Or, I'm not sure.
We'll give the floor to Mr. Aiken.
Okay. Mr. Aiken, hello.
Good evening, Chairman Persis, board members, Greg Aiken, Chief Operating Officer, Mr. Russell. As you remember, School Community Relations Policy number 801, public participation in school meetings. We've reviewed those comments, and before you this evening are the recommendations made by this board to consider this evening. Briefly, we have words stricken or deleted and words underlined or additions in the policy that you have on board docs. This change is time for public comments and will provide 4 opportunities before approval of the consent agenda. A time certain during the meetings. We have 2 different start times for our board meetings, 3:30 and 5:30. So we have time certain for for public participation, 5 and 6:30. Respectively. And then before a vote is called on any action item, and then before the board's final comments in the evening. So before you with those changes that you all recommended us to bring forward to you, those changes are here for you for your discussion this evening, and then for advertisement with superintendent's recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Aiken. And then Mr. Doran, did you want to tell us, or Mr. Superintendent, about where we go from here? It has to be advertised
30 days.
For
30 days.
30 days.
30 days.
30 calendar days. Okay. So then this could come back before us March 26th. We have a school board meeting. We just happen to have one a month from today. So we could actually advertise, and then it did come back to us again, and we need to vote on it. So I just want everyone to know what the process is from this point. Okay, so what you're voting on now is giving the school district the authority to advertise it for 30 days. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
So moved from Ms. Wright. A second?
Second.
Second from Ms. Haynes. Any discussion on the motion?
Yes, I do.
Yes.
I'd like some clarification. On the first page, the first paragraph, it says time, third sentence down, time for public comment will be provided for the approval of the consent agenda. That's what we've always done. Number 2, I don't understand a time certain during the meeting. What does that imply?
time certain.
We used to have that before.
Public participation.
Right. When you first got on the board, we have time certain that we could not have public participation before 5:30. We had to make sure that at 5:30, anytime after 5:30, we could do public participation. So that is something we had previously.
Yeah, that's correct. And I put in there, or I added the language, or shortly thereafter, so that someone who was planning to come to, comment would know that, as Ms. Wright said, we wouldn't do it before the advertised time. It might be a little bit after, but it wouldn't be.
And then you have before a vote. Now, the third one is before a vote is called on any action item. And we had 3 tonight, so potentially we could have an additional 45 minutes of public participation. Can't we just do it like right before all the board action items? Why between each and every single one?
Well, that's one of the whole points of the change, to have the comment when it's timely, when it's right before we're going to talk about it, they would come up and actually speak to it. Now, granted, today we had 3 people comment during public participation, and there wasn't any comment about anything that we were going to vote on tonight. So, does this mean all of a sudden there's going to be lots of public participation about anything? Maybe.
Yeah. When we did Zoe's policy, we had an awful lot of it, but if you designate only 15 minutes, then you're going to be cutting people off, and I don't want to censor that.
You misunderstand the policy. The 15 minutes goes into effect on the time certain part of it. There is no time limit on an action item, public participation. I will let as many people that want to speak on a board action item as there are that wish to speak.
Then further down, you have any audience support of a speaker will be charged against that speaker's time. I don't think it's the speaker's fault.
I think that's what we've always done. I don't recall that as a change. Was that a change?
We've usually allowed them a little bit more, but it's not the speaker's fault. And then the next paragraph down, it says, in order to maximize public comment, the chair may, when practicable, provide additional time for comment and or adjust the time available to individual speakers in order to accommodate the number of speakers.
Yeah. So what that means is, let's say there's, there's 6 people and they've used 15 minutes and there's one more person that wishes to speak. I could say, all right, come on down and speak, rather than wait till the end of the meeting.
But you could also say no. Now, in April, we're having our charter school, and a year ago, there was 2 hours of public participation. I don't want to censor anyone who comes to the dais. I think, the 3 minutes is there, but to say only 2 people, but 20 people. We've had 24. The longest I think I've had is over 36 when I was chair last year. I don't want to censor their ability to come before. So I think it should be unlimited.
I don't think I think you're with all due respect, I think you're kind of prejudging what I would do. I have a good sense of it, and so if it's an action item about anything, and there's a lot of people here because they're concerned about that action item, what I'm giving them is the opportunity. What I hope the board will agree. I'm giving them the opportunity to speak to us before we vote. Line up, tell us how you feel. Not at the beginning of the meeting, and then we get to that item 2.5 hours later, like it's 9 o'clock now.
Well, we do remember. I mean, we're all able to take notes. We're all intelligent people. Well, I did refer back to Ms. Canoe when she was speaking of substitute teachers. We do listen. We can take notes. I think it's excessive, too much excessive, and then you're trying to censor a lot of people. I think people should have their allotted time, no matter the number of people who come to the dais to speak. And also there's a point that I think that the time provided for any comment on any action item on the agenda before a vote is called on that item, that's unnecessary. And then you want comments, 15 minutes will be provided for public comment before the board's final comments. That's unnecessary. They've already had all that time to speak.
Well, then there wouldn't be anybody there. Here, it's not like we're going to wait for 15 minutes for someone to speak.
But
Those
still,
are just opportunities. They're
I
just
understand, but still, it's going to be a policy, and it's there. Whether you are a chair or someone else's chair, it's, I think it's very excessive. And also, there's a time in which I think someone who wants to speak or send a written request to the superintendent, there's nothing specific to public education. I can't remember where I have that. Let's see. Member of the public who wishes to have a matter relating to public education was stricken. Placed on the school board agenda must submit a written request to the superintendent. The request must outline the nature of the individual's concern and the action of the individual desires from the board. Superintendent may schedule an individual meeting. That's fine, but it should relate to public education. It could be talking about water usage, on a child's playground. It should relate to public education. I do not agree with all the changes. Okay. I think it's excessive.
Thank you. Is anybody else? Yes, Ms. Haynes.
Okay, so I actually looked at that final part of being able to have comments before our final piece as a way that if someone could not make it here for the beginning time, because what I hear out in the community sometimes is based on when we start our meetings, people can't be here to provide a public comment. So I didn't look at it as a way to be excessive. I looked at it for that parent that works till 6 o'clock and has something they want to say, and they arrive and they get to say it at 9, okay? So that's kind of how I looked at it. I like the 4 areas, and I think we're giving people a great opportunity to be able to speak.
Thank you, Ms. Haynes. Mr. Colon.
So just for clarification, just to make sure I understand this. So for items not on the agenda, we're doing 5 speakers at 3 minutes apiece at whatever time it is, 5 o'clock, let's say, because that becomes the time certain. Yeah. After that, if we have a board action, for example, Zoe's Law, right? Anybody who comes to speak on Zoe's Law, we are going to listen to, even if we're here till 2 o'clock in the morning.
Right. Mm-hmm.
After that, then we will take our vote, okay, which I think we kind of saw something like that today, because we spoke about something that may not have been included, and so we may have morphed something. And so now the public is out there going, hey, 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 and they don't have a chance to speak. So we're going to give them the opportunity to come speak on a board item. And so anybody who was not here at the 5 o'clock hour, who still has something they'd like to say, has the opportunity at the end of the meeting at 3 minutes to give that. Is that what I'm understanding? And so arguably, if somebody has something to say about the buses at 5 o'clock, and then about Zoe's policy at 8 o'clock, and then about the textbook adoption at 9 o'clock, previously we were just giving them the 3 minutes at the beginning, and that was it. So now, arguably, you're going to be able to have that extra time to speak on each subject. Is that what I'm understanding? Because that's what I read.
That is the, you are correct. And that's the intent of the new policy, to give the public more opportunity to address the board in a timely fashion.
Thank you.
Ms. Wright, did you?
And I was going to say, it really wouldn't matter where we put them on the agenda. If we got 100 people here for one item, it's going to be 100 people here for that item. So between, yeah.
Okay. Okay. All right. I had a motion, didn't I? Or did I? I forgot already. I forgot.
If we did, now we'll make.
We had a motion. Mrs. Wright and then Mrs. Haynes.
Yeah, okay, so we've had a motion in a second. Any further discussion on the item? All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Okay, so let the record show the vote was 4-1 with Ms. Cuthbert dissenting. All right, we are now on item 22.0. Would you have any comment?
No comment.
Okay, Mr. Superintendent. Ms. Wright.
Yes, I have 4 workshops, and I know we've talked about the 12th, but in listening to Ms. Albert's earlier statement, because I did go talk to her, I was a little concerned that the perception was that we maybe was talking about ESE students, but she was talking about Gen A students or students as a whole. But I really would like a presentation from ESE as it relates to EBD, Dr. what's her name?
Mary Alice Meyer?
No.
Fabian.
Dr. Fabian, to come and talk about the legality, because I think there are some federal and state laws that we probably need to be looking at and discussing. And the people who work in ESE, but I really want a presentation from ESE and the people that do the jobs, because I know before the 2 of you came on the board, the 3 of us there, at one time we were looking at centers, potentially.
Yes.
And I think we may need to talk about that conversation. But my one concern that I want to go on the record, that and I recently just got this complaint. Every time a child acts out in class, and I'm not talking to the extent where Ms. Albert is talking about where they're hitting and biting, but it does not justify principals trying to put those kids in ESE and EBD. Right. And we have a lot of that going on. And then it's to the point that many schools don't want the programs on that campus, which is equally as disturbing to me. So I really want, and I'm going to ask this question. As we hire teachers, and I think Linda brought up a good point about ESE, even substitute teachers, do we allow ESE to help identify their teachers and identify substitutes? Because I think they may be the ones who are better equipped to really look at who should be hired for these positions versus a principal just hiring somebody because they have a degree. And if they're somewhat of a novice walking into a classroom of EBD kids, and I had my own experience, and I won't belabor our meeting, but I was on campus and the kids say, "Hey, Mrs. Ford," and I kept walking. He said, "Hey, Mrs. Ford," kept walking. So one of the teachers said, "Oh, that's not Mrs. Ford, that's her sister." So I'm not going to tell you what the kid said to me afterwards, but I said, "Well, I'm not Mrs. Ford." He said, "But you know I was talking to you," and da-da-da. Oh my God. So I'm just thinking of, here I am, an adult, and I could handle it, but a first-time teacher that I earned my degree, how would that person respond? And so I think there are a lot of moving parts when we talk about children and behavior and where they should be placed and what should be done and should we suspend them, and if we can't suspend them. I just think that it's not a simple conversation. And so I do think we need some people with the expertise to come and let's have that conversation.
Yeah, and perhaps after this, before then, you could kind of hone it down.
Yes.
Because ESE is
it's vast. It is.
Yeah. We could spend weeks on ESE, so we just got to hone it down. So we could, and maybe you could take that, take something off the workshop. I mean, maybe that SIS update or something. You know, we don't need, so we can have enough time for that topic. Okay. I'm just saying. It seemed like we had 5 or 6 things already planned, but yes, Mr.
All right. So a few things that I want to bring up just for the benefit of the board, since this is our forum, that I've had chats with the superintendent. I believe at this point we need a district policy for cords. This for graduation cords.
Oh, okay.
Right now, the dress code is up to the principal. And so one principal may decide this year, I'm not going to allow cords in my school, but the school up the street allows all the kids to wear whatever cords they want to wear. And so I have researched district policies, and a lot of districts have policies. Which are the allowed cords, how many cords, etc. Because to say to one school, you know, if my kid goes to university, he could wear all the cords that he wants. But if my other kid goes to Deltona High, he's earned a lot of the same cords, but he can't wear them because the principal decided that he couldn't. And so I had asked, and so we need to have some uniformity in that, because this last year, I mean, and I wasn't even elected then. I had parents blowing me up. Well, they're not letting us wear the cords. And so I've researched it, and a lot of counties have policies around that. So I've asked the superintendent, when we talk about dress code up in the next, to let's talk about that, because I understand one of the high schools on the east side, Seabreeze, I believe it is, also has a policy. So of course the parents are saying, well, my kid at Atlantic can wear them, or actually Atlantic. And so just to give you an example, Atlantic, I reached out to the principal because Mr. Superintendent did a survey of all the principals, and this is something we talked about in November. Yeah, since January. So I talked to him about this in January. And so I asked the principal at Atlantic, who seemed to have the more restrictive one, and said, did you inherit this, or is this something that you believe is to be? And the answer was, well, you know, I inherited it. And so whether he felt it's correct or not, so that variation is our enemy. The other thing I wanted to bring up for the benefit of the board, and I've had a lot of discussions with the superintendent about this, is communication. And I think we have a lot of challenges with communication, and none that can't be overcome. To hear that there was a scuffle at Seabreeze, right? Make sure I get that right. That's great. To learn on the 10 o'clock news that 700 students didn't show up to school, my response may have been different. You know, do we have town hall meetings? How long has this been going on? And the answer was months. And so my response would have been different. You know, I realized coming from the outside that a lot of our news source is social media. However, I've encouraged the superintendent that we should be the source of information. You know, it took us, with the Seabreeze situation, it took us a few days to get something out. And so I think we have an opportunity there to look at communication. I can tell you it is probably our enemy right now. The next thing I want to talk about is coming from the outside in, is we have policies, we don't have procedures. And so as I'm getting these incidents coming from different schools, I'm asking, for example, if there is, let's say, an assault, okay, and a parent writes to me and says, hey, they didn't call me, okay, what tells that assistant principal? Step one, make sure the kid is safe. Step two, contact the parent. Step three, do your investigation. And I think our policies are great, and we see this in healthcare. You say a patient's in heart failure, you know they need a daily wait. But to these young nurses now, that's nursing 101, to these young nurses, they need a task, and they'll tell you, I didn't do it because the doctor didn't order it. It's not on my task list. And so generationally, what I'm finding is every time an incident comes up, somebody should have done something, but they didn't, but we don't have a procedure to teach that new assistant principal who just got there what they should do. And so we end up having all of these gaps. Every school's different, doing it differently. Some school has an XY contract, the other one has an AB contract. Right there, that tells you we have a problem. I asked this evening, I said, you know, to the gentleman from Professional Standards, do we have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on what to do when someone is Baker Acted? And a lot of the answers that I've gotten are, but this is just, you know, we do it this way or we did it that way. No, you're not getting me. How does, so we can go back to somebody and say, you skip step 3, notify your area superintendent. And that doesn't exist in our district. And, you know, I've combed through a lot of the policies. We have the policies. Policies are meant to be vague. All of these gaps I'm finding are the variation of giving a policy and then telling 72 people to figure out how that should look like. And I think that that is our enemy. And so I've encouraged the superintendent, we need to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5s. I understand, and I'm again coming outside in, I understand it used to be where assistant principals were there for a long time, and so they learned all of these things over time, and that's not the case now. Our assistant principals could be here today, there tomorrow. I don't encourage that. I'm not happy with that. But what tells them you should have done this? What tells them? And what I'm finding in every single situation is somebody should have done something, but we can't really, how can I write you up for something that there's nothing to write you up on? or to counsel you, or to teach you how to do it better, or to give you the guide so you don't mess up.
Right.
And so that, I believe that is district-wide. I believe that involves every single department. What tells a substitute what to do when there's an assault in the classroom? Where can that substitute go? Do they have access to the computer? Can they go read our policies? Do they know how? Or is it a big book that's sitting in the office, which we all know that's not practical? And so it's a different thought process. It's, you know, and we've had lots of conversations, and we have lots of opportunities. Again, none that can't be overcome. I think we've got the best people in the whole wide world to figure out what that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 looks like, but we are desperately in need for standardization. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clem. Good points. I don't know who was next. Did you have a comment, Ms. Cuthbert?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm very concerned about, he mentioned the words gaps, and we do have a lot of gaps. Some schools have behavioral specialists, administration, assistant principals. They have guidance counselors, campus advisors. They might have a principal, intern, and a principal. We need to get them out of their offices and on the campus. They need to be circulating, especially campus advisors, behavioral specialists. I think a lot of the behavior, and this is over decades, all the behavior is tasked upon the teacher's shoulders. And that first year of teaching, if you can control your class, then you're a good teacher. If you've had difficulty, then you're not a good teacher. And some teachers need a little extra help with discipline, but there are a lot of times they're afraid to contact an administrator, thinking that administrator would think of them as being weak and unable to perform that task. I think we need to give responsibility more to the support non-classroom people at our schools. This board has, and the superintendent has recommended a lot of admin support for a lot of our Title I schools, for a lot of our schools who are struggling, whether it's grades, poverty, overcrowding, whatever it may be. But let's use them appropriately and not blame the teacher all the time for the lack of discipline. If a teacher goes to his or her buzzer and needs help, then somebody from admin needs to be designated to make a beeline to that classroom to assist that teacher. And I think that could help tremendously the discipline disruptions in our classes. We need to support everyone. We need to support our FMTs, support our bus drivers, our substitutes, our clerks in the front office who are very vulnerable to anyone who walks in that door. I still want hazard pay to the front desk. I'm still advocating for that. But I think it's very important that we use the resources that this district has given our individual schools to make sure our gates are covered. When those gates are opened for parent pickup, there needs to be somebody there. Our teachers need to feel safe on our campuses. Our teachers who visit, our parents who visit need to feel safe. Our students especially need to feel safe of any place that they can be safe. They may not be safe at home or in their own neighborhoods. They deserve to be safe at school. So please let's, especially springtime, everybody's getting a little wild at springtime, but it would be nice to have a procedure in place that especially campus advisors, especially at the high school level, I very seldom saw a campus advisor going down my hallway. I never saw it. And we need that. They need to branch out and not congregate all in one central area, but everybody needs a designated area. It needs to be assigned. So our leadership at our schools are all extremely important, and let them please support our teachers, especially when it comes to discipline and their safety. But otherwise, everybody happy Ides of March.
Thank you, Ms. Cuthbert. I didn't see that coming, but thank you anyway. That was good. Ms. Haynes, you have any comments?
So I'd like to add about the communication piece. Having recently been on the inside and now in a new role, I've said for a long time that either communication can turn the piece around and make it positive, or no communication. It's the no communication piece. You know, things that you would say are common sense, and Mr. Russell and I have had this conversation a lot. I really feel that the communication is the piece that we need to work on, because even if what we have to say, you know, is not all happy and positive, it still needs to be said. And, you know, I've had a lot of individuals reaching out lately where the root of it is no communication, poor communication, late communication. Our parents can be our very best advocates if we will build a relationship with them. Because the bottom line is those children belong to them. They come to us for a period of time for us to educate them. But if we close the door and we do not build those relationships with the parents and the grandparents and even the community members, then we're not doing what's best for those students. And, you know, when you have, you know, in 1 week when I have 6 to 8 parents reach out because there's been no communication, and the only communication they get is what their child's telling them. You know, what a 16-year-old can say to a parent, you can get a lot more details. But what you get from a 7 or 8-year-old just leaves you with more questions. And so we've got to do a better job of communication. And because if we don't, we're only hurting ourselves. And we've got to build that relationship piece. And on the safety piece, when we did the meeting over in Port Orange, I had someone share with me after the meeting that at the high school level, that they had some students come on campus, not for any negative reason. They knew that there was an award thing going on and they were from another high school, but they wanted to see their friend get the award, so they just drove on campus. Past the gate, they just got waved on because they're a student. And so my question there would be, you know, maybe we need to institute something, and some high schools may have this. This is what I find, because we don't have procedures. Some high schools may have, you know, that they have to have a specific decal, and the person's checking that they have that decal. Other high schools may not have a decal, but, you know, the parent that brought this up said the kids weren't there for anything, to do anything negatively, but they just drove straight in the gate, past the person, waved them in because they were kids, never stopped them. And what if they had been there for a negative reason? I mean, we've got to, but I really go back to, we've got to build relationships. And when I worked as a coach, I used to tell teachers all the time that you need that parent on your side. Because even when you have to tell them something tough, that their child is struggling, if you've already built those lines of communication and you've built a relationship with them, they will work with you. For some reason, we're really struggling in that communication area. And I'm not saying teachers, but I'm just saying, you know, a large portion of the emails and phone calls I deal with on a daily basis all come down to communication. And I think we've got to work on it. We've got a lot of new administrators out there. And we've got a lot of new teachers. And I think we need to give them support. But I think at the district level, we need to be better communicators also.
Thank you, Ms. Haynes. Ms. Wright, hi.
I spoke already.
You did.
She did.
Well,
first.
Okay.
Mr. Persis, can
Yes.
I ask the superintendent a question?
Sure, you can ask the superintendent
It's just a very quick question, and it can
Go.
be answered differently. When we get our new ERP systems and the SIS system, will this help our communication? Will it help ease this interaction, because our programs and apps will be more centrally located. And like if a phone number, like one parent complained, she didn't get a phone number. Could it be that her phone number wasn't in on the system, or it might have been deleted because our system currently right now is so old?
I think the accessibility for the parents, especially with the SIS, will be very important. And also what you all will see, as you remember, about a year ago, we started the process of redesigning our webpage. That will be brought forward to all of you as well, because what was told to us at Cabinet is that we have, because our webpage is antiquated, our webpage is designed where we are speaking to ourselves and it's not speaking to the public, you know, and it's designed to be much more user-friendly, to cluster information together. For instance, they pointed out in just one area, they reduced its webpage footprint by 80% because it was antiquated information there. And so I think that's another resource that's going to help our parents as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right. No more comments? Then we are adjourned. Thank you.
I may be wrong, but I think I got this one right. I believe school she's referencing. And I was going to call you, but I say, you know, I'm going to call you first. But parent that he works at the school, that said I heard all the things. Because they tried to put her in. She's like, yes, he is. She said, I'm not saying. Honey, I have these resolutions. This right here. It looks prettier than anything I do with it.